Kalau si Halo, halo, cek kedengarannya.
Kita banyak menggunakan bahan-bahan seperti plastik.
Ku disebutkan ku ayana peningkatan dina belanja online.
Biasana membuangi mangir tampara. Tapi dengan tampara ini ngasih murni perkadaan.
Lima sampah-sampah sudah mempengaruhi ke laut.
Penggunaan bahan medis yang tergolong bahan berbahaya beracun yang bernyawa gunaan tapi tidak diiringi dengan edukasi pengolahan limbah yang baik.
The face mask is a jellyfish, so it will makes the sea turtle eat the face mask.
Buang yang tempat sampah, maksudnya dibuat yang kali. Soalnya yang kali yo akhirnya sampahnya ngirim tekan laut.
Bawa wadah kain sorangan yang menggunakan
Masker kain untuk mengurangi sampah masker kali pakai.
the ocean, where we go to ponder, a place where the endless harmony makes us live, restart peace of mind we never want to leave. The world was shocked by the latest and dangerous virus in 2019. We can see the outbreak affected across the globe by spreading the virus rapidly. Let's take a glimpse at what it did to our ocean. We are bombarded often with the overly rosy picture of the pandemic's impacts on marine life. The reality is much more complicated than we could imagine. During pre-COVID-19, at least 8 million tons of plastic waste end up in the ocean, already beyond our imagination. Imagine the situation that the magnificent blue is facing now, unbearable. The wear of a face mask is compulsory to break the chain. But how do people discard their face mask? They abandon masks and gloves, finding ways to enter our ocean and are often easily mistaken for jellyfish, a favorite food for sea turtles. The risk of entanglements for fishes increases because of the elastic components. The production of PPE increases the use of single-use plastic, also many other things, to take cover beneath the surface. These are only the tip of the iceberg. Only the ocean knows the rest.
The Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we cordially invite you to be seated and silent because in a few minutes the event will be start. Thank you.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning everyone.
The Honorable Dean of Faculty Fisheries and Marine Science IPB University, Dr. Insinyur Ferdinand Yulianda MSc,
Head of Department Marine Science Technology IPB University, Dr. Renat Hawis Madupa, SPI MSI.
Our keynote speakers, Dr. Pujirianti, mentor the Climate Reality Project Indonesia,
Athlete Don Paris, Program Manager Sustainable Tourism Reef Check Malaysia,
Utari Oktavianti, Chief Sustainability Officer Aruna Indonesia,
Dr. Nimi Zulbainarni, SPI MSc, member of the advisor team to the Ministry of Maritime Affairs and Fisheries,
and also all the participants that could attend to this special event.
Let me introduce myself first. My name is Agung Budi Pratama, and my partner,
Alia Balfas from Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science IPB University, and also IPB University Ambassador. It's a precious chance for us to be your Master of Ceremony on this very special occasion,
Indonesia Marine Summit 2021. First of all, let's say thanks to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, who has given us guidance, happiness, health, and mercy, so we can attend and participate in this special virtual event without any obstacles.
It's an honor for Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science IPB University to conduct the Indonesia Marine Summit, and the theme of this conference is how COVID-19 affects for our ocean.
To all participants, could turn off the microphone and turn on your camera, please. And don't forget to fill an attendance form that will be shared on the chat column. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is performance Indonesia traditional dance by Mr. Ananda Dwijaya.
The Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, before we start this event, let us pray together that will be led by Mr. Muhammad Bagus Permadi. For Mr. Muhammad Bagus Permadi, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. A'udzu billahi minasy syaithanir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Inna fatahna laka fathan mubina ليغفر لك الله ما تقدم من ذنبك وما تأخر ويتم نعمته عليك ويهديك صراطا مستقيما وينصرك الله نصرا عزيزا هو الذي أنزل السكينة في قلوب المؤمنين ليزدادوا إيمانا مع إيمانهم ولله جنود السماوات والأرض وكان الله عليما حكيما ليدخل المؤمنين والمؤمنات جنات تجري من تحتها الأنهار خالدين فيها ويكفر عنهم سيئاتهم وكان ذلك عند الله فوزا عظيما ويعذب المنافقين والمنافقات والمشركين والمشركات الظانين بالله ظن السوء عليهم دائرة السوء وغضب الله عليهم ولعنهم وأعد لهم جهنم وساءت مصيرا. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you so much for Mr. Muhammad Bagus Permadi. Ladies and gentlemen, singing Indonesia National Anthem Indonesia Raya and singing Malaysia National Anthem Negaraku.
Indonesia
The next agenda is the report speech by Chief Executive. For Mr. Muhammad Iza, time is yours.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Muhammad Iza Adlani, and I am the Chief Executive for this event. First of all, thanks to each and every one of you for being here today at this wonderful event. It is such an honor for me to speak on behalf of the organizer. And let me begin by giving you a warm welcome to Indonesia Marine Summit 2021. So before we get started, I would like to thank to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala for giving us a chance to help this event. And I'd like to express my appreciation to all of the committee that already worked hard for this event. And especially for UMT or University Malaysia Terengganu, who generously helps us to make this event come true. We couldn't have done it without all of you guys. So today we would like to talk about something that happened in our world, COVID-19. We would like to discuss about it in marine sector, not only how it affects the ocean, but also how it affects the human being. I hope that this webinar will open our mind about the ocean and the living things around it. So I don't want to talk too much and take your time. And for the last time, let me say welcome to Indonesia Marine Summit 2021. It is so great to see so many of you here. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much, Mr. Muhammad Iza.
To all the participants, the next agenda is welcome speech by Himiteka leader. For Mr. Jetli Alexandri, time is yours.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hello marine friends wherever you are. Introduce me Jetli Alexandri as President of the Marine Science and Technology Student Association, IPB University. The Indonesia Marine Summit 2021 is here as a forum for scientific information related to developments and updated information from the marine sector with great speakers from Indonesian NGOs, Malaysian NGOs, companies, and also the government. We from the Marine Science and Technology Student Association, IPB University, remain consistent in supporting sustainable marine development and conservation with various programs that we create to support movements in the marine sector, one of which is the Indonesia Marine Summit webinar. The Indonesia Marine Summit 2021 in special collaboration with University Malaysia Terengganu with the theme How COVID-19 Affect Our Ocean. This is an important moment for various groups, especially student friends, in developing knowledge about the marine world in the current pandemic era. I personally really appreciate the friends of the Indonesia Marine Summit 2021 team who have tried to plan activities so far. Thank you to all participants who have attended and enlivened the IMS 2021 series of activities. We hope that the audience can continue to be enthusiastic and enjoy the webinars and other series of activities from IMS 2021. That's our welcome. Thank you.
The distinguished ladies and gentlemen, next is welcome speech from Head of Department Marine Science Technology IPB University. For Dr. Retnat Hawis Madupa, SPI, MSc.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. I would like to welcome our Honorable Dr. Neviati Putri Zamani, Vice Dean of the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Sciences, IPB University, Professor Dr. Ong Meng Chuan, the Coordinator of Internationalization and Foreign Affairs, University Malaysia Terengganu, Our distinguished speakers, Dr. Puji Rianti from the Department of Biology, IPB University, and the Climate Related Project Indonesia, and Athlete Don Paris, Program Manager Sustainable Tourism, Reef Check Malaysia, Utari Oktavianti, Chief Sustainability Officer, PT Aruna Jaya Nusantara, Dr. Nimi Sulbairnarni, the Vice Dean from the Business School, IPB University, and our distinguished moderators, Arifah Handayani and Ibu Adriani Sunudin from IPB University. And the students from IPB University, Marine Science and Technology Student Association, and University Malaysia Terengganu, and all students from all over the world. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, everyone. In the COVID-19 pandemic, millions of marginalized people lack basic information about how to keep themselves and their communities safe and well. They include people who don't speak the dominant language where they live, people with no or low literacy, and people without access to different forms of communication. Some don't know what to do and why to do it. As a consequence, they might not be able to make informed decisions about how to behave, which won't slow the spread of disease. Marginalized people like all have a right to clear, accurate, and accessible information about the disease and response efforts. They need information in a language and format they understand. It must be presented in a way that is relevant to them and available in a channel they can access and trust. Here in Indonesia Marine Summit 2021, conducted by our young students from Indonesia and Malaysia, will facilitate further how COVID-19 affect our oceans. Through this event, we will communicate each other and making actions for a better ocean future. Before I hand up, I would like to introduce our Department of Marine Science and Technology, Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science. Let me share my screen. So the Department of Marine Science and Technology located in the Faculty of Fisheries and Marine Science, IPB University. So this is established in 1986 through the years from 1988 until 2012. The program's study program Marine Science and Technology has received international accreditations from the Institute of Marine Engineering, Science and Technology, IMARES, since 2012. So this department has a vision to become a department with international reputations by developing and implementing marine science and technology innovations in the explorations of marine resources based on sustainable development goals and agro-maritime 4.0. So here the organization structure to facilitate further. So we have 5 study program in the Department of Marine Science and Technology, including Marine Science and Technology for the bachelor, and MSc and PhD in Marine Science, and MSc and PhD in Marine Technology. So to facilitate further, we have different commissions to a better preparations, especially for students and also for alumni. So we have 4 different divisions. First is the divisions of marine hydrobiology, including 5 different laboratories, like marine biology laboratory, marine bioprospecting and biomaterial, biodiversity and biosystematics, microbiology, and scientific diving laboratory. And the division of oceanography, including chemical oceanography, physical oceanography, biogeological oceanography, and big data and ocean modeling. And division of ocean acoustic instrumentation and robotics, including ocean acoustics, fisheries acoustic, acoustic data processing and visualizations, smart ocean instrumentation laboratory, and ocean automation and robotics. And the division of remote sensing and geographic information system, including marine computations, geographic information system, marine remote sensing and biooptic, and mapping and spatial modeling. So hopefully in the 5-year plan, we will become an academic excellence research-based department, innovations, technopreneurship, internationalization and collaborations, and we have exposures and branding. So hopefully that we will organizing a dynamic learning process in accordance with the development of marine science and technology and nationally and internationally. And we develop innovations, research, and studies in the field of marine science and technology, in the field of marine resource explorations based on sustainable development goals, and disseminate and apply research through publications, communication service, and enrichment of teaching materials, as well as bridging innovations to the industrial world. So with these students associations, that the students of marine science and technology in the event of Indonesia Marine Summit, which are already conducted every year, hopefully that this bridging all communications to all of us. So this year is very special because collaborations between our students to Malaysian students will bridging
Thank you so much, Dr. Retnat Hawi Smartdupa, SPI MSI.
Now, let's move to our next one is welcoming speech from Deputy Dean of Faculty Fisheries and Marine Science IPB University, Dr. Insinyur Neviati Putri Zamani, MSc.
In Summit 2021. This is really a nice gathering. Even we are on the COVID-19, we still can do some activity to support the health of our ocean. And this is really a nice activity where our student researchers can collaborate. We are carrying together and then also sharing together. I don't want to take a lot of time for this speech. I hope the activity today will run very smooth and we can get something that we can follow up from this activity. And good luck. Have a nice webinar. And I hope everybody can have a nice experience from this activity. Thank you very much. Good afternoon and have a nice webinar. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you so much for Miss Dr. Insinyur Neviati Putri Zamani, MSc.
So ladies and gentlemen, we're going to jump to our main agenda that will be led by our moderator, Mrs. Harifa Handayani. But before that, here's the CV of Mrs. Harifa Handayani.
Okay.
Good morning, Mrs. Harika Handayani.
Hello, good morning and good afternoon for those of you who is in Malaysia. I think it's getting morning there. Okay, can we start now?
Yes, Mrs. So without further ado, for Mrs. Harika Handayani, time is yours.
Okay, thank you for the MCs. My colleagues, distinguished participants from the universities, from Marine Science and Technology IPB, and from Fisheries and Marine Faculty. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera for all of us. Good morning and good afternoon for those who have tuned in Indonesia Marine Summit 2021 in this Zoom room or live through Himiteka YouTube channel. Welcome. I am so grateful for the chance to meet you all in this special summit. I do wish you will have a very pleasant session in this bright sunny day in Jakarta and get benefit from this session. Colleagues and distinguished participant, I am Arifa Handayani. I am invited here today as a member of Marine Science and Technology alumni to serve as first plenary moderator in Indonesia 2021 Marine Summit. Currently, I work as a climate action manager of the Climate Reality Project Indonesia, part of a global organization with 30,000 volunteers in all 150 countries. We work to mainstream the climate crisis issues, resolution, and action. Ladies and gentlemen, we all understand we need to shift our paradigm from the problem to the solution. And we need all the helping hand exist on Earth from multi-stakeholder to collaborate and turn the table to knock this situation. Ladies and gentlemen, to take this matter at hand today at first plenary of Indonesia Marine Summit 2021, I will be proud to present you two of our distinguished speaker, Dr. Puji Rianti and Mr. Athlete Don Paris. Do I pronounce your name correctly? Good morning, Dr. Puji and Mr. Athlete.
Good morning, Dr. Handayani.
And she also one of my colleagues in Climate Reality Indonesia. Very glad to be here with you, Dr. Puji. And Mr. Athlete, are you here with me today? Hello, this morning?
Hello.
Can you guys put these two distinguished speakers both on spot?
Can you guys hear me?
Good morning. Okay, we will take this matter at hand and we will talk about how COVID-19 affecting our ocean from different perspectives. Dr. Puji Rianti, as I know her, she is very passionate about the biodiversity. And for Dr. Athlete, maybe he will talk about how COVID-19 affecting ocean in tourism aspect. So to make this short, I think Dr. Puji Rianti, are you ready with your show?
Yes, I am. Okay.
Okay, the floor is yours, Dr. Puji. Go ahead. Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Handayani, and good morning for you all. Thank you so much for inviting me to this amazing event, Indonesia Marine Summit 2021. Good morning to Dr. Hawis Madupa. Good morning to Dr. Neviati, Prof. Maisara, and also my colleagues, yeah, Dr. Perry. Good morning, all. So today, I will share probably, just something that we call COVID-19. What makes this picture so unique and powerful is that this picture captures the complete circle of the Earth, helping us to see the big picture of our planet and our lives on it. It was the first time, when the Apollo mission made it possible to capture almost the entire southern polar ice cap. So it's really like in line, whereas the sun, the moon, the Earth, so it's really perfect pictures. And if we see here, the ocean, it's almost like coupled to the whole planet, right? And it's directly influenced life on Earth, regulating the global climate, stimulating rainfall, and providing 50 to 80% of the Earth's oxygen. And any change of the surface of the ocean has a direct effect on life on this planet. They also constitute the Earth's largest source of food, with more than 40% of the world's population relying on the ocean as their primary food source. As the pandemic caused by the novel coronavirus has shown a pronounced effect on the environment in general. Recognizing its effect on the ocean is paramount. So, from this beautiful, the blue marble pictures, I would like to take you to see our Indonesia coast and ocean. Do you know that Indonesia is the home to around 3 million hectares of mangroves, along with nearly 1 million hectares of seagrass meadows, cementing its position as the world's richest coastal ecosystem. Really rich, yeah. And as we know, mangroves and seagrass meadows contribute significantly to the world's carbon cycle as carbon sink, which means our coastal ecosystem plays such an important role in protecting our planet. It's really great, right? But if we look closely, if we see closely, if we go directly to the beaches, the coast, and maybe also take a swim, snorkeling, diving in our beautiful oceans. Unfortunately, this is the condition that our coast and ocean in the last few decades. And this is what we found. This is what we see. Since our ocean, this ocean, is connected, right? This is one connection only in our Earth. So everything that goes in the ocean will stay in there and move all over the place. Unfortunately, that's how all slow degraded trash end up in our ocean and as well in other regions. So during this pandemic era, in the early time, when we are panicked and closing most of mobilization, limiting activities outside of the house. Yeah, so everybody is doing the work from home. There were some studies that reporting that our Earth is actually healing herself. Yeah, where we can hear the birds chirping in the metropolitan city, some wild animals walking in the urban area. Seawater looks so clear. Lots of sea animals also, swimming, so happy, yeah, and playing each other. But unfortunately, our way to get back to the new normal is not really, well, I might consider wise and sustainable to Earth as well. Because we know, yeah, we have this all new regulation with single-use plastic to wrap culinary in restaurants, in hotels, yeah. Only, disposable mask, yeah. Small bottle hand sanitizer and everything that's actually, it's based on plastic, yeah. And we may not realizing it when we just throw it, although we already throw it into the trash bin or a trash bag. But how is the management of this trash, yeah, in the end? So maybe we actually now are acting far away from being sustainable with all this trash, again, end up in our ocean, yeah, and our coast. Yeah, because all these things now become our like primary things to have, yeah. But then it means we actually adding more and more and more garbage or trash, yeah, into our planet. And there is this report, let's say, well, is this possible? But it doesn't mean that it's gone, because the single-use face masks, yeah, are made from a variety of melt-blown plastic. So basically, the basic thing is plastic, yeah, and others, and it's really difficult to recycle. And they all will enter the oceans when they are littered, and when the waste management system is inadequate, yeah, it's not good, or when these systems become overwhelmed. You can see here, yeah, in your screen, how really bad actually all these disposable masks equal with disposable diapers, and actually equal also with the plastic bottles. It needs 450 years to degrade, to biodegrade. We're not even live for that long, right? So is this the legacy that we want to give, to left over for our grandchildren in the next generation, after the generation Z, yeah, after and after? That is actually really sad. And from this 52 billion disposable face masks produced in 2020, including the N95 respirator and surgical mask, yeah, 1.56 billion is end up in our ocean. Yeah, in the whole planet. Yeah, I'm not talking about Indonesia, in the whole planet, because ocean is in one. And then, can you imagine? 5.5 tons disposable mask in the ocean found, yeah, in 2020. And that's like 7% of the Great Pacific garbage patch, which be endangered, to our health as well. So, for example, if we have all this plastic that will, in the ocean for a couple of years, there will be, degraded a little bit, with to be microplastic or nanoplastic, and then eaten by the fish, and then we eating it, for these rich people probably who have a high economic level. They go to the best restaurant, it says, very awesome. And all the food there is so expensive. So it's really, showing your social status, and you eat the fish. But then maybe you don't know from where the fish comes from. Maybe it's from the polluted ocean, and actually it also impacts to yourself, right? It's also impact to our body. Although we are so far away from the ocean, we live so far away from the ocean, and that's really dangerous. There's a study in 2020 that's trying to gather all of the possibility how the microplastic can affect our health. So basically, because of this poison substance, this undegradable and really dangerous substance, like the PBDs, also the BPA, the CR, the PB. So this can affect our respiratory system, even the nervous system, our kidney, and also the digestive and excretory systems. And also maybe some of them, what is easy to see, you will have like allergy, in your skin, and then even it can be the placental burial, from this one study in 2015. So it is really dangerous to have all this kind of substance just because we are not careful enough to manage our waste. So everything has to end up in the ocean, and it's become really, really bad. And all this trash also made a negative effect to our ocean in general. Okay, we know millions of metric tons of plastics derived from oils and also methane gas will end up in the ocean each year, and marine animals can become entangled in or ingest plastic, causing them to drown, starve, or even incur wounds. As we see in the video before, if you already seen it as well, how turtles think that the disposable gloves, it looks like the jellyfish, their favorite food, one of their favorite food. So then they will try to eat it. That's really, really dangerous. And then the plastic can also cause for phototrophic organisms that depend on access to light and oxygen to survive. And it's also part of the cause, climate crisis happened. So here's what this ocean heat wave has been doing. And we're used to thinking about heat waves on land, and they'll come in and temperature go up for a while, and then finally it passes. But they're getting more frequent there. But in the ocean, these heat waves in the ocean are doing tremendous damage. We all know, with the coral reefs, acidity, and how also too many carbon dioxide on the sky, on our atmosphere, that can also affect all the biodiversity in marine life. What has actually happened? Climate crisis with the ocean biodiversity. Well, habitat change, right? Habitat change because the weather, the climate, all the ground soil in the sea, the water temperatures, the food source, everything affect. It will affect physiological change as well, through one individual, the hormone, the metabolism, the reproductive cycle, let's say.
Recording in progress.
All will be affected. And then when this physiological changes, the biological cycle will change too. It will affect also the mating season, the sex ratio. As we know, most of the reptiles have this particular sensitive climate or weather. Yeah, and then when it goes in the bad condition, species can be extinct. As we know, yeah, with the sea turtle that is really determined by the temperature, at the northern edge of Australia Great Barrier Reef, there are already 99% of young green sea turtles, now all females, yeah, because they need this temperature, right? When they are still in the egg shape, yeah, to determine whether there will be male or the females. And yeah, unluckily, our climate, the weather, determine them to be all females, and that can be very dangerous, right? And acidic water of the U.S. West Coast also already dissolving the shells, yeah, from this free swimming marine snails, which is actually main food for pink salmon, mackerel, and herring. So we can imagine if this species gone later on from our planet, then it will also maybe bring these other species, salmon, mackerel, and herring, also to be to the extinction, yeah, because this is one of their main food source of food. And we also already see here. So this is taken from the declining ocean in the global ocean and coastal waters in Science in 2018. How exactly the increase in the number of these dead zones in the ocean, where the chemical and the pollution, the nitrates and other pollutants create these huge algae blooms, like the one that like we know of, yeah. And then when the bacteria eat up the algae, the oxygen declines rapidly, and it becomes a dead zone, and the fish die off. You can see that the mouth of the Mississippi River and in most of the coastal areas, and now this blue dot, yeah, showing the expansion of these dead zones out into the deep ocean. And this is also consequences of the pollution that we're causing. This is really a horrible fact. And the population of the marine vertebrates declined almost 50% on average, yeah, in the last 40 years, yeah, 40 years. And almost and also, of course, the land biodiversity, yeah, it's almost also 50% threatened, yeah, to be extinct. So, what can we do? After we know all these facts, yeah, and actually this is, well, it's our doing on our planet, on our country, maybe in our environment, yeah, close environment, that we never really realizing what we are doing. Yeah, so what can we do? Must we change? Yes, we must. So where are we now? I want to ask you to little bit being in presence, to stick inside yourself right now. Where are we? Where am I in this ecology or ecosystem or in the planet? Yeah, are we standing on the top of the pyramid where everybody else is below us? We are the greatest. Yeah, we are the rulers of the world, or we are actually in the same line together because nothing is above another. We are the same as the trees, as the whales there in the ocean, as all the bacteria on soil, let's say, or on the in our atmosphere, all the birds, all the fish. We are actually in one line. There is no the number one, number two, or you know the stages. Yeah, but we are working together actually, and we are needing each other as well. If one missing from this earth, whoever it is, even like maybe one single bacteria species, yeah, it might threatening actually the whole sustainable life that we have. in our planet. So if we already have this kind of thinking, this kind of perception, then maybe we are already in the right track, at least. Yeah? Because as Stephen Covey wants to say, to change ourselves effectively, we first have to change our perception. We need to change first what we believe or how we see the world, basically. Then we can look at this climate crisis is actually as the whole thing as one, the holistic thing, yeah, where nature, biodiversity, and also human society, we can work together in one. And then we can think, yeah, because we already see before how all this problem is not just affecting, let's say, Indonesian people or maybe like people in some island, but this is affecting the whole almost 9 billion people in the planet, right? So if we think globally to get this way to sustainable living, then we can try at least to act locally. This is very important, and this is very, we need to seriously always think like this, yeah? How we rethink, how we refuse. Do I really need this new clothes? Do I really need this new gadget, this new phone, this new laptop, this new shoes, this new bags, this new everything, yeah, in our daily life? Do we really need that? Or we just want to have that? Because when I have the latest phones or the latest laptop or the latest season of the fashion or cars and so on, then people will think us or see us as, high up in the society. Do we really need that? Yeah. So we seriously need to rethink and refuse. Yeah. If somebody may be offering us, but we know that this is a disposable face mask, for example, yeah, or like from the fashion that is not actually sustainable, using sustainable ingredients or materials, then please refuse it. Yeah, we can do that, yeah, by ourselves. And then maybe also with all our consumptions, yeah, we need to think if we don't really need it, then maybe we can just reduce it, yeah. Then just buying too much, a lot, and then it will be rotten in our refrigerator, for example. So please think, and then reuse, yeah, or repurpose, upgrading all this trash bin, all this plastic and so on. Then we can have also helping people to gain their economic level more, because then we can sell things which is, it's not from the new things, yeah, but it's from, let's say, recycle or upgrading, yeah, something, and all this trash. And if we cannot do anything about it, we still have all this trash in our house, probably, yeah, in the trash bin and so on, then please let's look at it, what can be recycled, repurposed, and then maybe the organics, yeah, we can just let it rot, yeah, because then we will have also, it's good, yeah, especially if we like to plant things, yeah, we can make our own for giving all the nutrition and so on to our plants, yeah, by rotting the trash, the organic trash. This is actually one of the way, yeah, for us to be sustainable, and how we can fight this climate crisis or the problem, yeah, with all the masks after this COVID-19. Just be wise when we want to consume something, yeah, and join also those who are using their voice, their votes, their choices to fight climate crisis. Use your voice, your vote, and also your choices. Speak truth to power, like your world depends on it. So this is actually what we do in the Climate Reality Project. So I will introduce you with this one. So the Climate Reality Project is a non-profit organization that's founded and chaired by Al Gore, and his goals, yeah, to solving the climate crisis. And he trained all the climate science, communication, community organizing to be better, to tell story about the climate change, and also, of course, inspiring the communities to act So this is one of his community, which is now really large. It's all around the world, and basically since yesterday we just started our global training as well. So the global goals from this community in Indonesia, the Climate Reality Project Indonesia is the social civil organization. So we are not the NGO, but we are the SCO. And we want to build, maintain, and also connect our local climate reality leaders networks, raising climate action ambition at every level. So we don't talk about just the youth, but everybody basically in all age. Our youngest member in the main organization is, I think it's not mistaken, it's around 12 years old, while the oldest one is 80-something years old. So it's really, really in the wide range. And then together we can build the lasting programs and also partnership for this generation in the next one. And this is what we are in Indonesia. We have 400 plus 1,000. Hopefully, after we finish this global training next week, we will have around 1,400 climate reality leaders. And these climate reality leaders are business leaders, government officials, from DPR, from scientists, activists, everybody can join us. And this is what
Dr.
we
Puji,
do.
your time is almost up.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Handayani. And this is what we do. We collaborate with a lot of youth and a lot of youth NGO, you can call it. This is from the marine bodies, and also we working together with the Indonesia World Cleanup Day, and also Waste for Change. This is some of the events that we have, including just a few days ago we finished with the EU Climate Diplomacy Week. And then this also one of our activity with the Youth Leadership Camp on climate crisis. So COVID-19 pandemic not stopping us to do smart campaign. It doesn't have to be in the field, but we can also use all the social media, the promoting to speak our voice. And also this is the one when we get the good opportunity to embed in education. So Climate Reality Project Indonesia got 2 courses from this national program, the free learning, free campus, future skills in University Gajah Mada. So in one semester we teach everything that youth or student needs to know about future leaders, organization, and also the green planet and future living. And we can also do even if it's just yourself, ourselves, in one individual or together with everybody, we have what we call as act of leadership. We can do everything. Basically, what we can do, we love to make a movie, or we love to speak with people, we love to write, anything that can be an act of leadership, to fight and then to give knowledge, to share knowledge, to improve what common people know, so then they can also understand the needed or understanding on how the trash or to cope up with this new normal from COVID-19 to give our ocean a chance to make it survive, and to also make us all survive. Okay, so last one, I guess. Only if we understand, then we can care. Only if we care, will we help. And only if we help, shall they be saved. This is one quote that I love the most from Jane Goodall. Thank you so much for your time. And the stage, I give it back to Dr. Handayani. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Pujirianti, for the very insightful presentation. I would say that we need to think eco in the state of ego, and we need to be infinite by being holistic, and only then we can save our planet, the life in our planet. Okay, thank you, Dr. Pujirianti, and
Thank
now
you.
I will present to you Mr. Athlete Don Farid. Hello, are you with me?
Hello, yes, I'm here.
How do I spell your name? I'm sorry if it's spelled wrong. I mean, pronounce it wrong.
It's same athlete Don. That's correct. Athlete as in the sports athlete.
Oh,
Don.
okay.
And Paris as in can also be pronounced as Paris, like Paris, France, only without the glamour.
Oh, okay. And I will give the floor to you, athlete, Mr. Athlete.
All right, thank you.
Go ahead. Best of luck.
Can I have access to share screen?
I think you are already granted access, if I'm not mistaken.
It says host disable participant screen share.
Oh, okay.
No, I think now okay.
Host, would you please help?
Oh yeah, it's able.
Okay.
Okay. Boom.
and daily outdoor activities were prohibited. So there's a significant reduction in air pollution pollutants. So which is like 58.4% reduced of P2 particle matter, like 2.5 concentration. So during this period, we could see improvement in air quality. And it's not just air, but we also look at cleaner rivers, kan? So Sungai Melaka, Sungai Simpang Kanan, Sungai Kelang, these are some of the famous common rivers that we know here in Malaysia, and it was also quite polluted or turbid, not in good quality previously. But now there's, it was said that this, but because most of human activity were halted, so part of nature improved, and one of it is our rivers. So like Sungai Melaka is actually an area where there's a lot of tourism attraction. So we're seeing like the picture here on the right, you could see a lot of the fishes are coming back, and even the local communities are surprised. They didn't know that Sungai Melaka River could be that clear, right? So in terms of how about marine ecosystem, right? So realizing that using the logic of less human activity, less disturbance, so the nature should be recovering, right? Our marine ecosystem should be recovering. And it's an interesting publication by Edward. So it says that the research in Southeast of India near the Gulf of Mannar, where there's increase in fish density in reef areas, as well as improved water quality, because this area used to have a lot of fishing activities, also tourism attraction. So with the lockdown period, a lot of the fish density increases and improving water quality. And but also there's a perception that there's an increase in species abundance and habitat condition in the marine park areas, because with less activity being carried out, more restriction on human activities, industrial activities. So by that logic, there should be an increase in species abundance and reduced disturbance, right? But interestingly, working in the conservation industry and working close with island communities and marine park areas, we realize that this is not as simple as it seems. And so it begs the question, what is happening to our marine parks? And that's where we realize that a lot of the marine parks and conserved area relies on tourism revenue to manage the areas and as a source of livelihood to local communities, right? So the place that we're working here in Malaysia, most of the island in Malaysia are basically tourism attraction, tourism destination, and a lot of the communities working on the island, exposed to all the resources, relies on tourism revenue. But because of COVID, because of restriction movement, because of lack enforced restricting industrial activities, so ecological monitoring, management activities, government priorities, patrolling enforcement were also affected. So it's not just economic related activities, but also the management of the marine park area. So the reality of things are basically is that just because there's less activity, there's also impact towards the management of the marine park itself. Okay? So, and this is well documented by Paul et al. On a paper regarding marine protected and conserved area in the time of COVID. So, where even though there's a decrease in species and habitat disturbance due to visitor activities, but there's an increase in subsistence-based livelihood. So what it means is basically, even though the island have less tourism activities, but what it does is a lot of the island community who previously relies on tourism activities as their source of livelihood have turned to their previous source of livelihood, like fishing activities, taking resources from their marine park areas. So those are all to survive and to support their family. And this is not just observed outside of Malaysia, it's even throughout most of Southeast Asia country. A similar finding observed in Malaysia, especially throughout reef check field sites. So, and just a brief introduction of who we are, and what we do, right? So, Reef Check Malaysia is basically a non-profit organization established in Malaysia since 2007. So, our goal is basically to sustainably manage and conserve coral reef in Malaysia. where our field base currently is in Tioman Island, Mersing Island, and Mantanani Island. So Tioman Island is a well-known tourism destination in Malaysia itself. It's a well-known diving spot island, basically. Similar to Mantanani Island, Mantanani is also a tourism destination. And Mantanani is actually in the process of being gazetted as a taman laut gitu ataupun a marine park. So Tioman Island is already a marine park, a conserved marine park island, similar as well Mersing Island, where I'm currently based in right now. So how do we work? So our activities actually consist of four. One of it is eco action. So eco action relies on is basically the monitoring of coral reef areas, where we up to present we have surveyed of more than 220 coral reef around Malaysia, and we train licensed divers to take eco divers. These are basically divers who are trained to basically who are trained in conducting reef survey using the reef track survey method. So we believe that by consistently monitoring coral reef, we could identify trends and changes, and also all this data are being shared with marine park managers on how to take certain measures to improve or to change the condition of the marine park ecosystem, or in general reef ecosystem itself. So the second one is science related, where basically we conduct studies on reef resilience and rehabilitation to better understand coral reef and its impact. So we have also developed a coral bleaching response plan, which helps to coordinate the management effort to protect coral reef during future bleaching events. So the science part is important because just because we need the information, the knowledge, and the science to support the kind of work that we're doing at field. So when we talk about nature, we talk about environment, it has to be backed by science discoveries and scientific data, right? And while the third one is advocacy, like what we're doing now, like this presentation, maybe guys, it's sort of an advocacy experience to raise public awareness on the importance of coral reef, to raise the awareness of fellow like-minded researchers, students on what is going on right now in our marine ecosystem or ocean in general. So in our advocacy work, we also train operators on greenfin, basically a program that promotes good diving etiquette, and also eco-friendly snorkel guide training, which is to promote um, to promote good etiquette among snorkeling guide island hopping operators. And lastly, we also work on management. So we're working with stakeholders to improve management effectiveness of coral reef in Malaysia to secure long-term conservation goals. Because if we have the science and if we have the data, so next thing is to include community into the management of the marine park, because throughout the world, enforcers numbers are limited, right? So enforcers managers are limited. So we need to include island communities who are based in the island to help manage those marine park and their resource use. And by including local community into the management of the marine park itself, it also helps to reduce impact, because now communities are involved in taking care of the island, and communities are also involved in training related to improving the management and resources of the island. So indirectly, they would reduce some of the impact. They regulate it among themselves. So with all these activities, the question now is, how does what are the impact of COVID-19 towards our work, right? What is the impact of COVID-19 towards our work? Well, first thing, definitely it halted most of our field activities. It impacted our engagement with communities. It impacted our field surveys, and it impacted our because of restriction by the government during the first phase and second phase of the movement control order. So during that period, conservation activities or environmental related activity is not considered as essential. So it was all halted, and it's not just exclusive to our organization, it's also experienced by a lot of conservation organization in Malaysia, not just marine but also land, because during that time conservation related work is not considered essential. So how does it impact our towards our island community? So like I said, the Mersing Island and even Mantani, realize the community relies a lot on tourism activity as their source of income. So and tourism and through tourism it also contributed towards the marine park fee, right? Where a lot of this money or funds will be used to help sustain the management of the marine park island itself. So definitely there's an impact towards the island community. And next, what is the impact towards our island community and livelihood? So in terms of island community, we realize that as the COVID take place, a lot of communities, island community who are staying on mainland, they decided to go back to the island because it's so much cheaper to sustain their livelihood, and they can go back to their traditional source of livelihood income, which is fishing activities, hunting, extracting resources from the island, marine life, and so on. So we realized that a lot of the island community, there's an increase in island population during the COVID period, and a lot of them turn to um, fishing activities in the marine park itself, unfortunately. So it's also observed, this kind of condition also observed during for a lot of previously people like aboriginal people orang asing itu yang previously helped to sustain forestry in taking resources out because that's the only way they could sustain their life, kan? So during the first phase and second phase, so even though there's a lot of incentive provided, but to them probably it's not sufficient. So that's why they have to rely on the resources around the island on the forest itself. And how does it impact our island marine park management? So basically, with conservation or environmental related work not being seen as essential, so it does reduces the amount of enforcement activities. It also reduces the time spent to conduct some of the management activity. And during this period also, there's less engagement between communities and uh, marine park or enforcers. So when there's less engagement, there's less communication. When there's less communication, so probably there are conflicts that are not resolved properly, and probably there are even reports that are not attended in terms of encroachment by trawlers into marine park environment ecosystem. So, and this is even worse for land-based environment like forest. There's suddenly a rise in deforestation. There's suddenly a rise in resource taken from forest forest reserve area, and it's not exclusive just in Malaysia. It's around the world in Africa and all. So previously in Africa, where a lot of the forest reserve area relies on tourism activity as a source of income to sustain the forest reserve management. So some of the community who were involved have to go back to some of those illegal activities because that's the only way they could sustain their family and their life, which is the sad truth, unfortunately. So yeah, that's the impact of going towards the environment, land, and sea. And as much as we think that nature got a break, right? There's slight improvement in water quality, air, and probably there are improvement in fish density and abundance. But the other side of it is also create basically another problem, set of problem, which is how human interact and uses these resources when other opportunities are not available, like going back to fishing activities. And in fact, now like our previous speaker said, which is the rise of plastic pollution, right? So this is and this is getting more highlights day by day, and even Malaysia have been highlighting about the effect of plastic pollution due to PPE, PPE waste that are not being managed properly, littering and so on. And with more people relying on e-commerce and delivery services, so there'll be more usage of basically single-use plastic, and which increases the chances of waste not being basically managed better. So basically, what are we doing to help this issue? So Reef Check basically focus on co-management initiative where we try to involve communities as much as possible in the co-management, in the management of the marine park and the ocean resources itself. So in Malaysia, for quite some time, we have been relying a lot on the government or marine park enforcers as the main managers of marine park, island, and environment. So by evolving into co-management, we would have more island stakeholder be involved, more island stakeholder to participate in the management and help to sustain the marine park environment and resource use. So that's what we're working on right now. And also we also work on sustainable tourism initiative. And this is quite a new work because as soon as COVID hits in, right, there's a lot of movement restriction going on. We realize that there's a lot of survey going on to assess how does travelers or tourism consumer behave post COVID, after COVID. How do you want to travel? Because now people concern is being affected by the virus, right? People do not want to gather in massive places. People would like to try avoid mass tourism as much as possible. So there's an increasing trend in sustainable tourism initiative, increasing trend towards sustainable tourism practices where a lot of consumer and tourists themselves would like to prefer to go to destination with less impact towards the environment, that advocate for basically environment protection, that also try to um, include local communities and local culture into the tourism experience as well. And that is what we are doing here in Mersing, an initiative called Sustainable Travel Mersing, where we will try to have Mersing being credited as a first first sustainable destination under the Global Sustainable Tourism Council criteria. So so that's one of the work that we're doing on, and also building reef resilient by managing impact. We realize that just doing monitoring and doing conservation work is not sufficient. We realize that the only way to basically one of the best way to manage to increase the resilience of our marine environment or ocean is to manage the impact, because now we are living in a what we call as an Anthropocene era where everything about the environment, about the ocean is highly determined by human, right? How we in the kind of activities that we do, the kind of industry we emphasize on. So the more emission, the more plastic waste we release out into the ocean, the more it impacted the health of our marine environment. So we realize that by focusing instead of just the environment, we should focus on human activities, and that is why a lot of reef check work will suddenly diverge into waste management, suddenly entering into community engagement, suddenly entering into policy making and management, because by managing human impact, we could make reef more resilient and adapt to certain changes or environment conditions so that they could recover better. So that's the three of the main things that we are currently working on to help improve our marine ecosystem, environment, and ocean in general during the time of COVID. And now the big question is, what can you do about it, right? So I think to me personally, it's not as we all know basically what needed. How can we contribute? We all know recycling is good. We all know that we have to reduce plastic waste. We all know that we shouldn't emit CO2 too much. So it's not about what we know, but it's about the how. I mean, it's about the why. Why should we do it? Well, I remember a story from one of our communities in Pulau Tioman. So there was an issue where developers wanted to build a huge airport, international airport on the island. So and there's resistance from the community saying that hey, we do not agree on building this airport because it's going to impact on the environment, our reef ecosystem on the island, and also it's not really going to benefit the local. The one who's going to benefit from this airport are basically those big resorts, right? Main resorts. So it doesn't really benefit local communities who are only operating chalets and small scale homestays and such. So, but at the same time, there's the perception between communities are there are two kind of perception. There are older communities, older local communities who agree that there should be development. There's younger youth and younger youth community who believe that no, this development is not beneficial. So one of these younger committee told us that who were engaged with one of the older, more senior islanders who says that, oh, we the older generation believe that we should have this airport because it's good for the economy and stuff. And it's interesting what the younger generation answers is that, well, of course you agree because you're not the one who will be living with all the consequences, right? So it's my generation, it's my children who are going to be living with, the impact of the environment, the waste, and the social issues. So your generation is gonna leave us with all this problem, and that's what we don't like. So it's a matter of why do we need to do something about this, and also what can other than discovering why, right? We also should look on building more resilient community and environment. So for the past years, our tourism industry have been relying a lot on mass tourism. We've been relying a lot on international visitors and so on. So we should think on building more resilient community and environment that do not rely on just one specific industry, right? By establishing, probably a small alternative livelihood source, it would enable them to sustain their families and generate basically an alternative source of income other than tourism itself. So, and this is what a lot of the work that are being conducted by not just conservation organization, but also government to diversify source of livelihood among communities and industries. And other than that, it's also governance and management system. So, which is basically allowing community to contribute towards the protection of our environment. So in Asia, I think a lot of our system is a top-down system where the government decides, which is good, really. It's not. I'm not saying it's bad, but as time goes by, we realize that some of the issues are becoming more complex. We're just not dealing about economic. We're also dealing with social issues, environmental needs, community needs. So it's so much complex than that. So having people to be involved in into the management of our environment, help them to contribute better, help them realize that it's also their responsibility to take part in the conservation, protection of our marine environment and resources. So before I end, I would just like to share that basically what COVID has shown us is that even though it's just a brief moment that we realize, it was just a brief glimpse that we could see that nature could really recover when like when human reduces our impact, but so which give us a perception that there is a chance for us to improve, there's a chance for us to manage. So it all relies on us on how how we would like our future to be, not just for ourselves, for our children, and also how we would like to live ourselves, and how we will live in the kind of basically impact we would like to give perception towards the next generation. So I hope this information is sufficient for you guys, and you guys learn a lot through this experience. And thank you for your time.
Okay, thank you very much for Mr. Athlete Dan Paris. And now, I think one thing that I should emphasize in this presentation is when Dr. Puji said that we need to be more eco than ego, and Mr. Athlete here said that decide that we need to look into ourselves. What, as Dr. Puji said, we need to build community, the resilience in community, and also we need advocacy, as well as we need good governance and good system to handle all of the situation in each our country. Isn't that correct, Mr. Athlete? Now I will call Dr. Puji, and we do have questions in the room. Maybe you can take some minutes to see the questions. It's first from Adib Habibi. He asked about being a volunteer in your course. Maybe for Dr. Puji in Climate Reality Indonesia, and for you in Reef Check Malaysia, do you have a space for volunteers there, especially Indonesian volunteers? Here's the question. And then from Muhammad, are there certain project made by Reef Check Malaysia and Climate Reality Project to invite students to protect the sea? So they are asking for collaboration projects. And then the other would be, is there a simple way to do reduce, recycle 5R, yeah, related to our ocean, especially in this pandemic situation? So it's individual action. Maybe Mr. Athlete, you can sit back and relax and have some water, drink, and Dr. Puji, you can first answer the question. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Handayani. So the first one, yeah, Adib Habibi, hello, how are you? Thank you for these good questions. Of course, everybody, yeah, actually everybody can join and become a volunteer in the Climate Reality Project, because in Indonesia we have the branch, yeah, so that's why we call it the Climate Reality Project Indonesia, as a branch from the Climate Reality Project headquarters in the US. So is there an internal condition? Well, as long as you are a human being that loves nature, biodiversity, and you want to do something, yeah, to the planet, to maybe work together with people who have the same vision and mission, then you are very welcome to join us. Yeah. So usually every year we will have a global training, like a training that once we call as a climate leadership corps training. Yeah, but then since these 2 years we do this training online, yeah, due to this pandemic, we cannot go abroad and so on. So we have this as an online training, and we call it as a global training. Unfortunately, for this year, the reservation is already done, because we just started, yeah, yesterday, the global training, which is, we will have around 10,000 volunteers from around the world. From Indonesia itself, we have around 1,000 people, yeah, who join in this global training. So hopefully next year, Adip, you can join us as well. Yeah, and then once you join, of course, we can work together, because in Climate Reality, as maybe I mentioned before, it's just not about common people like us or the students, yeah, or even like those people who want to know, but we also have a climate like people who work, who sit in the government, in the very respective area, yeah, in the country. They are also the climate leaders. So maybe then later on we can just sit together and then talk, discuss what can we do together, for our planet, or for Indonesia, for example, yeah, things like that. And I'm sure in Malaysia there is also the climate reality leaders in Malaysia. Okay, and then certain projects. The Climate Reality Project to invite students to protect the sea, especially during the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, yes, we do have, because once again, in Climate Reality Project, we have a lot of youth as well, which they are still, they are students, yeah, and some of them also, active in some NGOs in Indonesia, like Marine Buddies, Waste for Change, World Cleanup Day, and so on. And then together, yeah, with them, we do a lot of projects basically. But indeed, it's not like the main. I mean, like not the only one project, yeah, that we have. We have so many projects inside the climate reality project, and one of it, yeah, they also have a focus, yeah, in each direction, which the volunteers would like to join or the volunteers would like to do. So yeah, and of course it's still open, yeah, for everybody. We can also collaborate, yeah, so it's not exclusive for climate reality as well, but we are collaborating with everybody, anyone that wants to do something. We can work together. Just give it a call, yeah. You can even just ask Dr. Handayani later on, yeah. If we want to have some project together. Okay, and to situation. Something, yeah. If we want to, we can go. If you want to, let's say, buying food or things like that, yeah, we are outside and we want to buy food or just delivery and something. So maybe you can choose, because before, I'm sure Don also already explained a little bit, yeah, since the pandemic, our behavior of ordering things is high, right? With all this Grab and so on, yeah. Because it's all convenient, yeah, with food and so on. But then maybe we can also, investigate or look, yeah, have a look of the restaurant or the cafe, yeah. Do the cafe or the restaurant already implement the green business, for example, yeah, so they're not using more plastic or styrofoam, but they're using maybe more organic, yeah. So it's wrapped with the banana leaf, for example. Why not? Yeah, it's not kampungan. It's even for me, yeah, if we buy something and it's wrapped in a banana leaf, things like that, that is so, for me, it's so exclusive, because it's you can feel the indigenous knowledge there, yeah, the culture. It's actually really awesome. So don't think that is a kampungan, yeah, or so not hype. Yeah, and then you can maybe, you bring your own tumbler, your own culinary, your own lunchbox, yeah, things like that, and then you bring a handkerchief probably, but not tissue, using the cotton mask, yeah. So it's not like a disposable one. It's still okay, yeah. It can still protect you. And in the end, indeed, we have to make peace, yeah, with whatever it is that's actually happening with us, because if we want to be adaptable with the situation in the future, then we have to find a way to adapt, but not sacrificing others. Yeah, not just because human wants to live, and then just human that live. Yeah, not anything else. We need to still thinking about others, because without the biodiversity on land, in the ocean, there will be no human, because we need each other. So all those things we can do, yeah, still safe, still healthy, yeah, still clean, but in more sustainable way. I think at least that's for the 3 questions before.
Thank you, Dr. Puji. Maybe I will go to Mr. Athlete. I think there is 2 more questions in the chat room, and it is related with the material Master Athlete give us today. So how is it in your perspective?
So just now Dr. Puji mentioned about banana leaf. I really agree with her. And in fact, I have an Indonesian saying that says, jadikan banana leaf gokil. So we have to normalize basically the uses of, natural product basically in our daily activity. I think that's cool, right? So I could see some questions over here. It says, let me hold. Okay. So, are there any certain project, maybe reef regulation and climate related project to invite students to protect the sea? So, basically during COVID period, we have to strategize how we conduct advocacy, right? So of course, most of us, we move to virtual presentation, virtual engagement. In fact, we conduct campaign on doing the with everyone. So interestingly, I believe science and conservation is not rigid. It's not like hanya bisa dilakukan bila berada di lapangan aja. So it can also be done everywhere and anywhere. And as long as you have technology by your side, you can do almost everything. Can so that is why the last part of my presentation just now I do not want to emphasize on how, because kita semua tahu gimana caranya untuk mengurangkan impact alam kita gitu. Kan kita tahu yang recycle is bagus, it's good. Kan we all know apa itu all the ways cara-cara untuk mengurangkan impact alam kita. So the only question is, adakah kita benar-benar mau melakukan, adakah perkara itu, is that really something that's imprinted into our soul and mind, right? Because once we answer the why, we can do almost everything. That's why kalau macam speaker inspirational speaker always emphasize on the why. Why do you wake up in the morning? Why do you wake up grinding? Why do you wake up? Why do you work out every day? Because your why has to be really strong. And even us, and we believe that we targeted a lot on the youth, anak-anak muda, sebab orang kata anak muda itu pemimpin masa depan kan. So I personally believe anak-anak muda itu pemimpin sekarang yang kita perlukan. Lihat aja macam Greta Thunberg kan, she's a youth. I don't think so she's not even in her 20s, tapi impactnya gitu besar banget gitu. So sorry, my Indonesian is coming out because I used to live with Indonesian friends. Jadi yeah, so how we engage and conduct our basically advocacy changes through time and depend on technology. So that's how we have adapted during the COVID-19 pandemic. We have done a lot of virtual presentation, and we should probably consider the virtual tour. I think that's something good to be done, right? Kalau lihat di Airbnb, right, an application to basically book for homestays, we see there's a particular program called experience where people could present, go show them live event virtually. So I think that's another alternative to promote environmental protection. Yeah. So we also have, okay, by Muhammad, I think hello, my name is Dimas. I want to ask about the conservation field. Does less visitor on conservation area bring positive impact for the protected marine animal? It is yes and no. The answer is iya dan juga tidak. Sebab kenapa? Less tourism, less disturbance, kan? Kurangnya pelawat, kurang pelancong dekat kawasan marine park conservation memang bagus. Tetapi kita jangan lupa yang a lot of these marine park areas mempunyai community, kan orang apa itu penduduk kampung, kan orang-orang yang sebelum COVID itu bergantung kepada tourism, pada aktiviti-aktiviti. Jadi apabila COVID laku, kebanyakannya nggak ada pekerjaan. Jadi solusinya melakukan aktiviti yang sudah turun-temurun dilakukan oleh keluarga mereka, yaitu memancing ataupun mencari hasil hutan extracting resources. So indirectly, those activity has its impact on the marine environment. Gitu. So dia macam yes and no. So it's not an external impact, it's more of an internal punya impact daripada dalaman gitu. So and I think can we have another question? Okay, bisa. I think that one here. Okay, the last question is okay, during the lockdown caused by COVID, we started to see clearer start in water pollution. Do we need more drastic change of behavior for more beneficial and faster change for the good of the environment, like what the lockdown has shown us? Does the pace of clear thinking transition right now is significant enough? Definitely no. Our pace is very, very slow. Why is it that? Basically, I've read this particular paper that basically break down how does a lot of Asian countries responded towards COVID di negara-negara di Asia Tenggara ini menggunakan keuangan mereka untuk really fun, untuk bantu-bantu keluarga, kan memberi bantu keuangan keluarga, bisnis-bisnis kecil gitu, bantuan sementara. Tetapi a lot of these funds were not allocated in conservation or environmental, not much were allocated. A lot of content into green technology isn't much. So I green transportation in environmental related, tapi the rest of the country less. We focus a lot on economic recovery and social recovery, which is not it's not that actually there's nothing wrong with that because a lot of our communities are basically low income families, so it is fair to invest or focus our financial on them. But for the long term, it definitely has an impact to our environment. Gitu. So there is a drastic need definitely to focus more on our policy, our and budgets towards conservation, green technology, and so on. That's what I personally believe. I think that's all from me.
Okay, I think we're going to end this plenary soon, but before that, I would like to invite Dr. Puji and Mr. Athlete. Could you please spotlight us all? I want to ask you one punch statement. Give like 3 words or one sentence. Would you like to say in Indonesia Marine Summit to the audience? One last punch line as your cue statement today. Go ahead, Dr. Puji. Yes, one punch line.
Okay. So I will repeat maybe my favorite quote before, yeah. When we care and then we understand, we must act.
Okay.
So
when
I
we
hope
care
everybody
and we
can act.
understand, let's act. Okay, Mr. Athlete, your last statement, one punchline.
Okay, I would say simple is gokil.
Well, maybe that's the same as less is more.
Exactly, less more. So conservation, innovation is not complicated. It's really simple. Actually, sometimes simple approach is best. It's not complicated.
Okay, I really love and enjoying this discussion today. And before we close the plenary, I think the committee has something for the speakers. Hello, are you ready with your gift? They're preparing something. Okay. These are souvenirs for the speakers, Dr. Pujirianti and Mr. Athlete Don Reeve. What is it? Yay! You will have a, I think it's placard, and the souvenir will go to the speakers. Please receive our gratitude for your being with us today. Thank you so very much, Dr. Puji, and then to Mr. Atlet.
Thank
Thank
you
you
too
so
for
much.
having us.
Thank you for having us.
Okay, I think the souvenirs is received. Now we are jumping to last but not least. We're going to have group photo as always. Are you ready? We have 127 participants. So how many slides would you take? Kamati, please say something. Are you ready for group photo?
Yeah, we have a 6.
You have a 6. Okay.
Like us. So for
Wow.
all the participant, please take your position, okay? And please keep your camera on.
Okay, for the distinguished participant, please hold the camera on and hold your prettiest and most handsome smile for us. Go ahead. 1. Two. I think the committee must say 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3 because I'm not the one who take the picture.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, our connection is bad. Sorry.
Okay, let's start again.
Okay.
Go ahead. On your mark.
Oh, we have Filza. Can you open your camera, please? Okay, thank you. Okay, 1, 2, 3. And final slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, ma'am.
Okay, I think that will be all for our first plenary session. You will have a break for the second plenary. Now it's time for me to say goodbye. Have a great Sunday and stay healthy. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Don't perish. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is welcoming speech from Coordinator of International Session for Affairs, Faculty of Science and Marine Environment, University Malaysia Terengganu. For Professor Madya Chem, Dr. Ong Meng Chuan, time is yours.
Okay, why we have to take care the environment. Okay, so because the first one is because we are not inherit the earth from our ancestor, but actually we are borrow from our children. Okay, so what we did now, actually we reflect to our children. Maybe it's not reflect to us. Okay, so maybe now we throw the rubbish, everything. but probably the effect is not to us, but it's to our next generation, is our next children. Okay, then we are not restore the marine environment to normal condition, but actually we are create a new marine environment. Okay, so I think most of the most of the marine scientists, especially the marine pollution scientists, okay, when you ask them, I think the answer we say that it's very impossible we can restore back the environment to normal condition. Okay, for example, we can remove all the microplastics, everything from the ocean, or we remove all the oil or the metals from the ocean. When you ask me, I will say that impossible. But what we can do is we can just reduce the source of this pollutant to the marine environment. Okay, but if you want to clear or restore back the ocean, it's very difficult because the ocean is, we know that the ocean is about 70% of our Earth. Okay, so it's quite difficult. Okay, so I hope that we can have a series of this webinar. Okay, probably next year we can organize again this webinar, and then through maybe online, or it's good if we can have a face-to-face webinar. Okay, because during the face-to-face webinar, I think we can have more discussion. Okay, in the virtual webinar, actually everybody is just silent, but during the face-to-face, I think we can have more discussion during the lunch or during the breakfast, or we can visit others interesting place and so on. So I think that's all from me. So thank you very much to IPB Indonesia, okay, for the invitation. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much for Professor Madhya Chem, Dr. Ong Meng Chuan. Ladies and gentlemen, after we listen to our best keynote speaker, the next agenda is performance vocal group by University Malaysia Terengganu.
Mengindang-indang padi humah, mengindang dalam sapian.
Memandang-mandang hati kamu, memandang dalam renungan.
Bisik berbisik pada pekerti mulia.
Bisik mana lahir asal usulnya.
Mengindang-indang padi humah, mengindang dalam sapian. Memandang-mandang hati kamu, memandang dalam renungan. Bisik berbisik pada pekerti mulia. Bisik berbisik mana lahir asal usulnya. Mendengar suara Laila lebur, bertentangan mata panah ajunan.
Terbayang senyuman bunga gugur. Siapa gerangan bagaikan bertarang.
Adakah dia hamba sahaya ataupun bijak mentafsir mimpi?
Mungkinkah jua mengerti duka hingga terusik hati nurani.
Mengindang-indang padi coba untuk lanjutkan hidup. Engkau bukanlah segalaku, bukan tempatku, hentikan langkahku. Usai sudah semua berlalu, biar hujan menghapus jejakmu. Ku terus melangkah padamu, bawa hati perhatikan sikapmu. Jangan pikiranmu buatku ragu, tak mungkin ini tetap bertahan. Perlahan mimpi terasa mengganggu, ku coba untuk terus menjauh. Perlahan hatiku terbelenggu, ku coba untuk lanjutkan itu. Engkau bukanlah segalaku, bukan tempatku, hentikan langkahku. Usai sudah semua berlalu, biar hujan menghapus jejakmu. Here we go. Engkau bukanlah segalaku, bukan tempatku, hentikan langkahku. Usai sudah semua berlalu, biar hujan menghapus jejakmu. Engkau bukanlah segalaku, bukan tempatku, hentikan langkahku. Usai sudah semua berlalu, biar hujan menghapus jejakmu. Na 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 lepaskan segalanya, lepaskan segalanya.
Okay, welcome back our beloved participants to this main room. It was so great that we could finish our first session. Now the time show us to have lunch break. We will back at 12:30. Thank you for all your attention.
kita banyak menggunakan bahan-bahan seperti plastik.
Itu disebabkan ku ayana peningkatan tinu belanja online.
Biasana dibuangi mangir tampara. Pila mat tampara ini ngasih menik pakada
lima akan sampah-sampah udah mati pembulokong itu laut akan kesehatan.
Penggunaan bahan medis yang tergolong bahan berbahaya beracun yang bernyawa gunaan tapi tidak diiringi dengan edukasi pengolahan limbah yang baik.
The face mask is a jellyfish, so it will makes the sea turtle eat the face mask.
Buang neng tempat sampah, ojo dibuat neng kali. Soalnya neng kali yo akhirnya sampai nyili meneh tekan laut.
Mau wadah kayu sorangan yang menggunakan masker kain, entah masker kayu pakai.
The ocean, where we go to ponder, a place where we find mystery to live, restart peace of mind we never want to leave. The world was shocked by the latest and dangerous virus in 2019. We can see the outbreak affected across the globe and spreading the virus rapidly. Let's take a glimpse at what it did to our ocean. We are bombarded often with the overly rosy picture of the pandemic's impacts on marine life. The reality is much more complicated than we could imagine. During pre-COVID-19, at least 8 million tons of plastic waste end up in the ocean, already beyond our imagination. Imagine the situation that the magnificent blue is facing now. Unbearable. The wear of a face mask is compulsory to break the chain. But how do people discard their face mask? They abandon masks and gloves, finding ways to enter our ocean and are often easily mistaken for jellyfish, a favorite food for sea turtles. The risk of entanglements for fishes increase because of the elastic components. The production of PPE increases the use of single-use plastic, also many other things, to take over beneath the surface. These are only the tip of the iceberg. Only the ocean knows the rest.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. After we had a lunch break, now let's start this event again with the second plenary session with the moderator, Mrs. Adriani Sunudin. But before that, there is VP of Mrs. Adriana Sunudin. Mrs. Adriani Sunudin is Lecturer of Department Marine Science and Technology, IPB University. Has passed her study at Marine Science for doctoral, magister, and bachelor. Now, I want to invite Mrs. Adriani Sunudin. Hello, Mrs. Adriani. Hello, Mrs. Adriani.
On this second plenary session, I would like to address and welcome our distinguished speakers. The first we have Ibu Utari Octavianti. She is the Chief Sustainability Officer for Aruna Indonesia. And we also have Ibu Dr. Nimi Zulbainarni. She is the Vice Dean for Resources Collaboration and Development from School of Business IPB University. However, before I would like to continue, let me readdress how the importance of our theme in Indonesia Marine Summit, particularly when this event is dedicated is dedicated to disseminate knowledge on the impact of pandemic in the marine environment and also the resources. For this second plenary, we would like to dig further, particularly in the fisheries issues, and also we would like to know existing problem that might need solution and might need collaboration and our concerted approach that we can develop from this knowledge, and also collaboration can be further applied into promoting solution. I think the committee has some trouble and I would like to add another co-host into. Okay, I forgot the name of the, okay. I think Kuntum would like to, yes, your screen is seen. Alia, okay, let me check for Alia. Alia, okay, yep. So Alia, you already assigned as a co-host for this session, and I think you can share the CV of our distinguished speakers this afternoon. So the first we have here is Mbak Utari. She preferred to be addressed that way instead of Ibu. She is the Chief Sustainability Officer for PT Aruna Jaya Nusantara. Aruna Indonesia is one particular startup in Indonesia in terms of leading in fisheries fair development, and I would like to request cordial participation of Mbak Utari to unmute herself, and let's try to address the connection or the voice and also the video screen for you. Halo Mbak Utari.
Hello, hello.
Hello, it's good to have you here. How are you today?
Good. Thanks for inviting me.
Yes, it's a privilege for us to have a representative from Aruna, especially I understand tagline from Aruna is the sea for all.
Yes.
So I believe there is something particular that is been set up or established as the strategy or program by Aruna, particularly in making your mission take place, bikin nasib nelayan lebih sejahtera, or making our fishers more prosperous. How's the mission, or how's the progress in making it possible?
Yeah, currently we are on progress to doing that, because actually in Aruna we have like a long-term vision. We start this company around 2015 actually, and actually our first big milestone is in 30 years after we started. So we hope in 2045 it's on 100 Indonesia Golden Anniversary. We hope we can bring Indonesia as the center of world maritime with technology that came from Aruna, but of course it's also in collaboration between the government, the university, and also the young people in Indonesia to achieve that. So yeah, we are on progress to doing that.
Yeah, it is also our privilege to, in parallel with your progress and having you on board with some of our off-campus academic activities last several months ago. KKNT in several sites Indonesia with Aruna. It's been great, and I hope we can further continue that. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, fellow students here, there, and everywhere, I cannot really address wherever you are. We would like to hear from Mbak Utari. There are maybe solutive steps, or maybe there are some ideas that we can garner together and galvanize into further approach and understanding COVID effect into the fishery sectors, and probably having more insights into how we can concert different approach together. So the floor is yours, Mbak Utari.
Sure, thank you. So let me share my screen first.
And while waiting, I would like to invite the attendants to use the chat box to address your questions. I will carefully select them and highlighted your questions for Mbak Utari to be addressed later on. The screen has been shown, and I think it's good connection here.
Okay.
So you can start, please.
Sure. First of all, for the honorable speakers today and all the participants, thanks for inviting me. My name is Utari Octavianti. I'm the co-founder and chief sustainability officer of Aruna. So later I will explain what is Aruna, but first let me talk the introduction about how the COVID situation in Indonesia, and maybe most of us already experienced this, but I will just share a few perspective between correlation between the COVID and also how startup industry in Indonesia actually face that. So the first thing is about the economic opportunity in the times of pandemic and how startup and technology work for that. As we know that COVID impacted business in Indonesia, of course, there is so many companies in from all of industries, including the tourism, including the retail industry, and so on. We face a huge problem, and it's impacting to most of people in Indonesia. Some of business is closing, but some of business also growing during this situation. Because of this, we also realize that we cannot just focus on the problem. So that's why we see that so many business also adapting and innovating so fast during the pandemic. Some of them also change with the digital revolution, because we know that not many industry now can be accessed if they don't innovate and follow the digital rules. Because in pandemic, we understand that we have very limited access to meet each other, and that's why digital and internet is also become one of the solution for that. And we see that digital industry revolution is really happen in industry, in every industry. For example, for the largest taxi company like Uber, Grab, or Gojek, they don't own their own taxi. They don't have the taxi. They have the platform. And for example, like accommodation provider, let's see, like Airbnb, Ticket.com, or Traveloka, they don't own the real estate. They have the platform. And for example, like the media, let's talk about Facebook, Instagram. very important for them. So that's why we have some of the team in the location. We give our fishermen COVID prevention kit, and we also propose collaboration to the fishermen and to the Ministry of Fishery and also the insurance company to give more healthy kit for the fishermen in Indonesia and give insurance for our fishermen. So that's the example that we do to increasing the awareness from our fishermen about COVID. And we also propose collaboration with Ministry of Fishery about the infrastructure, because we know that Indonesia have so many infrastructure, for example, like cold storage and the logistic. And we ask so we still can manage to help the fishermen so they can still get income even it's during the COVID. And we also doing some campaign to increase the seafood consumption in Indonesia. And we maybe not just in Aruna or fishery or other fisheries company, but most of the business that do export and import, they have the problem about the logistic. That's why, because so many airplane they that cannot fly because they don't have any passengers, and there is so many regulation like the PPKM and so on. So that's why we have collaboration with the logistic. If there is the plane that goes to, for example, they goes to China to get like the vaccine, and then they come to Indonesia and they fly to China and bring nothing, it will become the opportunity for us. So for example, there is an airplane that want to go to China to get the vaccine. Before that, they can bring like commodity, for example, seafood commodity to China, so we can do export, and then they can come back and bring the vaccine for us. So that's kind of collaboration that we doing in pandemic start from March until now. And the last is, what should the business do during COVID? If there is some of the participant here that start business and economic during COVID, I think there is no best advice from me other than survive. We need to find a way to survive, to make sure that we still can make this employee stays. At least we don't, in Aruna, we don't fire anyone during the pandemic. Instead, we cut the salary from the top level until the manager's level. So it will help us to make sure that there is no one will left behind during the COVID. So we make sure that everyone still, but in the other hand, we cut the salary from the top level management under the leaders. So it makes the bonding from our team more higher, and we make sure that we trying our best to survive during the pandemic. The second one is about collaboration. It's really important during this COVID to find the best partner to collaborate. For example, in Aruna, we find a partner in the logistic. We have collaboration with government, and even with IPB, we have collaboration to do KKN from the students from IPB to goes to our location. So it helped us to grow more faster, but it also helped the IPB students to learn. So I think collaboration is the second tips for me to survive during this pandemic. And the last thing is about the innovation. We need to find out, and we always need to be innovate, especially because now digital industry already happening. There is no way to stop innovating. We need to innovate. Maybe every day we need to find something new to our business so we still manage to grow. Yeah, I think that's my explanation about the COVID situation and how we in Aruna handle it. And let me just share a little bit about Aruna because maybe some of the participants here just hear about us. So actually, Aruna, we are the integrated fisheries commerce. We are the startup that focus about the marine and fishery industry in Indonesia. Actually, we are a technology company. So we want to become the technology company that focus on the marine and fishery sectors. We have a mission to making the sea a better livelihood for all. So we call it like sea for all, because we know Indonesia is really huge in fishery industry, but it's not impacting to our fishermen or the people that live in the coastal village. For example, we have so many potential in the marine economic, like 1.2 trillion US dollars, but based on our BPS statistic data, 25% of national poverty rate contributed by the people that live in coastal village, when most of them is a fisherman and fish farmer. Our fishermen and fish farmer, there is 2.7 million people in Indonesia that work as fishermen and fish farmers. And most of them just get income per month like $84. So it's really small. And it's contradictive with our potential as a marine and fisheries country. If we, in Aruna, we analyze this problem and we divide it into three big problems. The first one is the inefficient supply chain. So we have so many fishermen village, but the location is very far away from Jakarta. So that's why the supply chain is quite long between the fishermen until the end of the customers. That's why it's also make the price is very different between the buyers and also the fishermen. The second one is the data management. Because the location is very far away, most of the location, they don't have any signals, internet, or so on. That's why it's really hard to get like the day-to-day data from our fishermen. And the third is about the bad quality control, because most of Indonesian fishermen, they don't understand what's the good seafood commodity that can sell to the market. So most of fishermen, they just catch as many seafood as possible. They don't care about the sustainability. They don't care about the fishing tools. They just want to catch as many seafood as possible because they think if they catch as many, they will get so many. That's the law fisherman. So what we do is actually we trading platform for the seafood product. We connecting the fisherman and fish farmer community direct to the customer. For now, Aruna customer, most of them is a B2B customers. So it's like the export and processing company. We also have the customer like the supermarket, hotel, restaurant, and so on. But we also have this fisherman and community, and we connect them between our platform, website, and also mobile application. For the community, we not just create the technology, but we also create the community. We understand there is so many fishermen in Indonesia, and most of them is small-scale fishermen. We working with these fishermen, but we know that not all fishermen understand to use technology. That's why we have young people in the coastal village. We name them local heroes. So the local heroes is the one who help the fishermen to data their commodity and to help input the data to the application. Local heroes also give education to the fishermen about the sustainable fishing, fish processing, digitalization, quality control, and so on. And then we also have these women workers, because in some commodity, we need women to process the products. And for some location, we need women to do quality control. That's why we also educate the women workers, of them is fisherman children or fisherman wife workers, and they also have annual income for their family. And this is some of the activity that we do with the women workers. During the pandemic, it's really hard to us to get directly to the location, but because we have local heroes, so we can manage like the online training and so on. And this is for the fish farmer community. So in fishery, actually, women have a very important role, especially for the quality control, quality analysis, and also have a collaboration for some industry. For example, we do training for the women workers. We do healthy check for the people that live in coastal village. We also working with the Global Fishing Watch. Global Fishing Watch is actually one of the NGOs that focus to track the data in the big vessels, but we managed to have this GPS tracker for the small scale fishermen. So now we can understand where is the location that our fishermen go, and we can understand is this location is prohibited or not. And currently, we're working with more than 20,000 fishermen. For today, we have 63 locations from Sumatra to Papua, and our top commodities is like lobster, blue swimming crab, tuna, grouper, snapper, and so on. And our market for now mostly is China and also US. And this is the seafood product that catch by our fishermen. And yeah, like I said, during COVID, the other important thing is about the collaboration. So because most of Aruna market is export, when pandemic happened, we realized we also need to distribute the fisherman product to the domestic market. That's why we have collaboration with more than 5 Tokopedia, Shopee, Sayurbox, and also Tani Hub to distribute our fisherman product. And we also start campaign with some of the our fishery startup communities called PG Fish. We give campaign called Makan Ikan Itu Sehat. So it asking the influencer in Indonesia to campaign about that, to increasing the awareness of Indonesian people to consume more seafood, and make sure that we access more country to help our fishermen get the market access. So as the result from what we do during pandemic, Aruna become one of the startup that have strong growth even during pandemic, even though we have so many things that we face during the March until now. There are so many problems in the logistic, in the people, in working from far away, in very limited access of connection or communication. But because we consist and sure that our fishermen livelihood will be increased. This is some of the activity that we do. We're working with Ministry of Village to distribute the village pen and also doing the marketing partnership for them. And we also working with Ministry of Fishery and Ministry of Communication to create program called Nelayan Go Online. And for the last hour, we always realize that every country like China, Thailand, Malaysia, Singapore, they have their own competitive advantage. For example, China, they are a manufacturing country, and there is a technology company, become the global company called Alibaba. And Thailand is a tourism country, and there is a technology company, and also become global called Agoda. So what Aruna hope is become the global company that bring Indonesia advantage as a marine and fishery country. And yeah, like I said in the beginning, that we want to making the sea a better livelihood for all. In 100 years of Indonesia Independence Day, we hope that we can be the center of the world economic maritime into 2045. This is just the highlight. Before join Aruna, the fisherman income like $84 per month, and now they already increased their income like 240 until $1,035 per month. And the women workers that doesn't have a job before now already have the monthly income for their family, and now like 80% from the Aruna fisherman product already exported. I think that's all from me. If you have any question, please let me know. Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much for such a fruitful and also insightful presentation, Mbak Utari. We really appreciate your ideas and also the insights that is given, particularly from the view of startup and business development. So from business and also from academia, we already have here Ibu Dr. Nimi Zulbainarni. She is the Vice Dean for Resources, Collaboration, and also Network from the School of Business.
Everyone.
Since because all the plenary speakers would like to be addressed by Mbak, allow me to address you as well with Mbak Nimi. Mbak Mimi is a very well-known research fishery scientist in Indonesia, and also in addition to that, she served as the advisor to the Ministry of Fisheries and Marine Affairs. She also advisors to some organization and also for koperasi. Koperasi, I forgot in English what is koperasi. Uh-huh. I believe you have speak so much and you have developed your platform and your path to really secure your position and delivering the topic today would be a good bridging a good bridging moment, especially in terms of academia and also business in the fisheries and maritime sectors. So I believe many of your ideas and also experience would translate into your presentation. Thus, without further ado, I really would like you to start presenting your materials, Mbak Nim.
Yes.
I think
I
you are
will
ready.
share. Yes, I'm ready.
Would you like to share your presentation by yourself, or maybe would like to be helped by our committee? Okay. Okay. Allow me to off screen now because I think you have trouble in connection, and I would like to give the opportunity to uh, focus on your voice presentation. I would like to help you with the presentation.
Focus on your presentation to help you with the presentation. Hello, you hear me? Hello, hello, hello.
Yes, now I can hear you much clearer.
Yes.
Yeah, and the presentation is also showing up, and hopefully we have a good connection all through the event.
Okay.
So the
Okay,
time
thank you.
starts now. You have 30 minutes, Manimi. Please.
30 minutes, ya? Okay. Okay, thank you, Mbak Nani. Hello, everyone. I'm Nimi Zulbainarni. I'm Vice Dean of Resources Collaboration and Development School of Business at total territorial of the Republic of Indonesia. Indonesia consists of by nature the length of the Indonesian coast is the 104,000 kilometers from Bakor Sultanal, and the context of coastal biological resources and the Indonesian Sea is the longest productive beach in the world, and the number of large and small island in Indonesia, we know 17,000 and 500 for the biggest archipelago state. We know about that, yeah. And then globally or regional in Indonesia, the marine and coastal areas have important and strategic meaning for Indonesia development because they have very great uses and benefit for the nation and country of Indonesia. We know there is 11 economic sector in the marine and coastal areas in Indonesia. There is capture fisheries, aquaculture, industry, processing industry, fish processing industry, energy and mineral resources, maritime tourism, sea transportation, and all of them. We have 1,338 billion US dollar per year from economic value. 75% in Indonesia is the ocean territory, strategic geopolitical position, between the Pacific and India's ocean, the most strategic areas in and consensus by policy makers. We know two economic advantage in Indonesia between two ocean, Pacific and Indian, between two continent, Asia and Australia, and land area 25%, 2.01 million kilometers square, ocean area 5.8 million kilometers square, and the longest coastline. Because about that, we know is different from fisheries resources management between property and access. We will must do cities regime property in Indonesia. No, is state of pemerintah, ya, and open access in Indonesia quasi open access because every ship to come to marine or ocean in Indonesia must be have have permit to do fishing that, yes, and then if we talk about fishery sector as food security source, we know in fisheries business consists of consumption or demand and production or supply. We know there is capture fisheries, aquaculture, and processes of fish. And now we know there is fish resources. We need fish resources and human resources to do this business, yeah. And then we know that Indonesia have fisheries area, fisheries management area. There is 11 area with the potential in the consist in the area in 11 area. Ada di masing-masing WPP tadi ya dengan potensi yang luar biasa, dan we have the rule of Indonesia fisheries business how to increase economic growth for domestic and global. In 2019, Indonesia population is 259 million people, and the population is 7.7 million people. And for rural improvement, we have a source of community income, fishermen and coastal communities. In the 2009, the average income of fishermen is 3.85 million per person per month rupiah. The average income of fish farmer in rupiah for 3.67 62 million per person per month. Indonesia per capita income of 3,920 US dollar belong to the category of low middle income countries. What about the fishery actor is it for? This is the question of how to we increase the economic growth if fisheries actor is not for yes. And then how to economic growth fisheries processing, raw material, domestic and export. We have export fisheries increase and employment and in business fisheries 2018 2.1 million fishermen, 4.3 million fish farmer, and 9.2 million from upstream and downstream industries. And we can see the role of the how to fisheries contribution of fisheries business contribution in business contribution to national GDP is 2.7%, approximately 200 billion. Projection for 2020 is the 3.2%, around 98% of fish processing unit in Indonesia fall in the category of micro small business with a production contribution of approximately 74%. The role of fisheries cooperative is still minimal, which is only 1.34% of active fisheries cooperative. Banking loan distributed to new micro, small, and medium enterprise amount to 0.75%. And how about the impact of the COVID in Indonesia? There is no confirmation when the pandemic will end. Yeah, COVID-19 shocked the world. We know most or less 215 countries, 16 countries affected. Yes, during COVID-19 and new normal COVID-19. Economic crisis rate in Indonesia, economic growth decline, government scenario 2.3%, property rate increase 1.16 until 3.78 million new for unemployment rate increase 2.92 until 5.23 million new unemployment. Current account deficit increase and debt ratio rises 28% to GDP 2019 and 31.4% to GDP 2020 projection. FAO prediction of world food crisis will happen. Demand source for food product necessary to maintain production continually, maintain food stock producer will tend to secure food stock in their respective countries. Price management become unstable due to uncontrolled supply and demand and potential scramble for access to food resources. this country will look for new food source, and is it possible to do this in an aggressive way? We know there is many business sector turn up and impact to business sector. The potential winner, there is agriculture in there is fisheries included, and we know that many impact COVID-19 for the marine and marine and fisheries sector. Yeah, I explained before here, and then we know increase fish price. Then in this the data, and we know value of export increase, but volume mencapai yes. And then we know in the long term we have a problem about the overfishing because how to manage resources for balancing between economic and biology. And we know sustainable use of natural resources is the key for successful development. That is, we call that sustainability development. Sustainability development, we know the risk that is the development that's left me. This is we have a marine protected area to system resources of fisheries in Indonesia. And we know fisheries, fishing gear, fishing ground, and fish type. And then we have we know impact from fishing in will decrease the fish biomass, and this is policy, sustainable policy for marine fisheries. And then we know we must to use a management system to manage marine fisheries in Indonesia. And also about the COVID international market, support for superior seed technology for free wide world communities, feed technology support and raw material supply, managing big data for fisheries policy making by utilizing information technology. Food security, fish in the key in facing COVID-19, fish availability, fish distribution, and fish price. COVID-19 mitigation, the new normal, the marine and fishery sector can be a mainstay with the great potential that we have by not constantly contradicting resources conservation and economic need be economic balance. Time to become a sovereign nation, if not know when, if not us or
there is still no question, I sincerely hope that the lack of question is not related with the afternoon condition or after lunch that will drive you into some sleepy state. I really, really hope not. So to incentivize your question, you can ask in Bahasa or in Malay, and we can translate it for you. It's okay, Bu Nimi. Internet unstable Indonesia is inevitable. So we already have here Ibu Nimi, Mbak Utari for the discussion session. And I'm still waiting some questions from the participants to be directed to the beautiful speakers that we have here. Or maybe we can have some additional speakers that are still attending. Let me check here. Oh, I still have Don here. How are you, Don? Or maybe we still have Ibu Puji. Let's see. No. Okay. Let me ask first to Ibu Nimi and Mbak Utari. I think we already acknowledged the impact of pandemic to the fisheries sectors is very much related to the fish consumption. And we see that there is a problem related with logistics in terms of distributing the harvest from the fishers into the consumers like us in the city or in the abroad. So the first question is going to be directed to Mbak Utari. In connecting the yield from the fishers into distribution for exports, which really should meet certain specific standards, and how Aruna develop incentive for the fishermen.
Yeah. Can you hear me? Sorry. Hello. Can you hear me? No.
No, I still cannot hear you. I'm so sorry.
I'm hear you.
Ah, okay. That's good.
Okay. Yeah. I will try to answer. Thanks for the question, Bu. Actually, yep. In Aruna, we have some certain standard for our fishermen. So as we know that not all fishermen understand about the regulation, especially if there is some change between the government. For example, there is a one regulation, then it changed to other regulation, and not all our fishermen can directly understand that. So Aruna here become the enabler to the fishermen. So we do like monthly meeting with our fishermen, and at that meeting we sort of explain about the new regulation. For example, for this fishing gear, they cannot use it anymore, or for this kind of commodity or size, we can receive that kind of commodity. So it helped the fishermen to follow the government regulation. But the second, to make sure the quality from our fishermen location to the customers, we do some typically a normal standard, and we have like sort of the SOP from our fishermen to the customer. But the most important things for that is about the rantai dingin. I cannot describe that, but rantai dingin is very important to make sure that the quality is still good until the customers. We have like certain times when we need to add more ice or we need to exchange the box or so on. So we have the regulation. And the second one about the question about how we set the incentive for our fishermen. In some of the location, now our fishermen create their own cooperatives for now. So it's really interesting to have Bunimi here. Maybe after this session, we can get some advice because Bunimi is really senior and have very much experience, and we excited to learn. But for now, some of our fishermen have the cooperatives. If they have cooperatives model, it's then it's done because they receive the price from our buyers and then they sell it to us. But in the other hands, they will also have additional income from sisa hasil usaha. It means they have additional like the savings for the end of the year. But some of fishermen, they usually don't like to join the cooperatives. They just like the normal transaction. So for that fishermen, we just open the price from the customers, but we also open how many price that we can give to the fishermen. So the fishermen understand some of the money will use for the logistic and transportation, and also to pay the salary for some people, but they also have additional income for themselves. So that's kind of method that we use to our fishermen.
Thank you. That's very interesting. So there are particularly two types of incentives. The first one is related with regulation meeting and also providing the cold chain to the fishermen. And the second one in creating a small finance organization which enables the fishers to manage their income wiser. Thank you very much. To Ibu Nimi, okay, I think it's quite difficult, the topic for the students actually. Why? Because, well, I think since pandemic, it is almost 2 years they don't come to the sea or to the ports, or maybe they don't eat fish. I'm really sorry for you. But talking about fisheries and our need to support the conservation going in line with the sustainable use. Let me stop here. I think there is some broken noise.
Yeah,
Okay,
broken
stop
noise.
now.
Yes.
Okay, allow me to readdress the issue. In terms of conservation, going in line, parallel with the sustainable fishing and also fisheries production, there's a need for correct policy that might be supporting the bounce back fisher economy. And also it is correct to support the sustainable fisheries, or maybe to tackle the IUU fishing that is still happening in our country. So is there any particular approach that our students needs to be aware of in terms of policy, the need for reliable data for management, and then the policy can be developed correctly? So I hope the question is quite clear. Please address it shortly, because I already have questions here from...
Shortly, because I already have question here.
Yeah, hello.
Can I answer your question?
Yes, please.
Maybe I answer your question in bahasa ya. Soalnya ini putus-putus juga, jadi udah capek bahasa Inggris. Terima dengan baik.
I'm sorry, I cannot hear you. Maybe my connection is bad here.
So I'm sorry. I think my connection is quite bad here, so I'm changing into other device. So my connection is quite bad here, so I'm changing into other device. So I think Bu Nimi already answered all the questions, right? Ah. Okay, I think Ibu Nimi is away from this room. So I'm really sorry. I hope she can return back now, later on. I hope Mbak Utari still hear me clear, because
Yes.
I think here we have a question from our fellow students. I think you can read the question.
Sure. I will answer the first question from Bagus. I think would like to ask Ms. Utari, curious about what underlines me as a non-marine graduate to establish Aruna as a startup, and what is the challenges that I found to setting up the startup company. Thank you, Mas Bagus, for your question. Actually, yeah, it's interesting question because actually I'm graduate as a business engineering graduate. So my title is a graduate from the business school, but also the business that learn about the technology. But how I start the marine business is actually because it's come from my very personal reason. I come from the one village in Kalimantan. It's called Kampung Baru village. It's in Balikpapan, Kalimantan Timur. If maybe one of you here as a student also come from Kalimantan, maybe then we came from the some village. And my mother, we sell the fishing tools and fishing gears for the fishermen, and my uncle is a fisherman leader in Kampung Baru village. But then my family, they don't want me to continue this kind of fishery or maritime or so on. That's why they sent me to study in Java and told me never come back to this village, just find a very stable job, become that very stable person and not talk about fishery, because we see that most of our family that working in fishery is suffer. Most of our family that become the fisherman or fish farmer is suffer because they don't have any economic value in that. But then I studied the technology and I met my co-founders, and my co-founders also come from Indramayu and Karawang, which is also one of the fishing village. And he also have interested in the seafood and maritime industry, and my other co-founders really likes in technology. Then because we don't have any capital at the time, we start to make this application because we understand to create like website and also mobile apps, but we want to focus on the marine and fishery because it's really hard to get fresh seafood product in Bandung. It's really different from Balikpapan. Then we create this platform, and then we join the competition. It's also the good point if you are a student then you don't have any capital, you still can join like the business competition and get that capital. For Aruna, we get like 10 million rupiah at the time, and it become our first capital. We use that money to live in the coastal village with the fishermen. We talk to them every day and understand what is the real pain problem that our fishermen face. And then that's how we start this company. So yeah, that's right. I'm not from the marine graduate, but it's very personal reason for that. But then there's also the second challenge, right? Let's say we talk about ikan kembung in Jakarta or in Bogor, but then ikan kembung, it's not ikan kembung in Papua. Ikan kembung, it's not ikan kembung in Sumatra. They have very different local name, and that's also become our challenge because our customer also have a very different name. They not call it ikan kembung, right? So we have a very starting problem because we don't understand about the fishery. But really glad for that because we have so many people in Aruna that come from the fishery background. So if you are a student here and you have no idea why you join the fishery college, I think you need to feel very proud for now because the fishery graduated is very important for our country. For the next future, the fishery, the marine industry have a critical role because Indonesia have a very huge potential on that, and you are on the right major, I think. But you need have curiosity to explore more about your major. So then after that we have many people, especially also the students from IPB, and work together in Aruna, and we also have now glad because now we understand what's the difference between this fish and that fish. And we also have so many innovation.
And I think you're being very modest in terms of capital.
Yep.
Because I think everyone here should congratulate Mbak Utari and her fellow colleagues at Aruna. They just managed to secure some pretty huge investment from abroad. So it's not from Han Ji Pyong, actually. But it's very so Ibu Nimi, since you and I have the similar problem with connection, I think we have the same provider. I would love to say that, but I'm really glad that you are here. So I think there is a second question, and I think we still have one more. A very short time before we conclude. There is a question from Niken. Actually, it is asked, she asked to Mbak Utari, as a startup, is there any assistance provided by the government to Aruna during the COVID pandemic to help the program that are currently running? I think her presentation already answered that. I think so, because it's very clear. But I really would like to readdress the question into policy so that Ibu Nimi can also address this question. What is the correct or the proper policy should be developed by the government in helping startups or maybe fisheries industry or fishermen in bouncing back to support fisheries development? Please, Ibu Nimi.
Ya, thank you Mbak Nani. Saya ini aja ya, pakai ini bahasa ya. Soalnya nanti putus-putus, nanti nyambung lagi ya. Jadi terkait dengan startup itu sebenarnya kan gini ya, pada saat kita bicara startup, kan harus ada ikannya gitu. Kalau ikannya nggak ada, yang mau dijual apa kan gitu ya. Jadi kalau terkait dengan policy-nya tadi, jadi memang harus ada keterkaitan antara policy di hulu dan hilir tadi. Jadi konektivitasnya, koneksinya tuh harus ada gitu ya. Jadi tadi yang saya sampaikan terkait dengan pertanyaan yang tadi ya, Pak. Kalau tadi Bu Nani sampaikan masalah logistik di akhir yang juga permasalahan kita. Jadi pada saat kita tidak terjadi balancing between economic and conservation. Jadi selama orang konservasi dan orang ekonomi selalu versus atau selalu berlawanan, yang satu ingin ikannya diam aja nggak ditangkap-tangkap, yang satu pengennya ikannya ditangkap biar dapat untung yang gede gitu ya. Nah sementara Mbak Utari itu perlu ikan gitu kan. Nah jadi dengan demikian sebenarnya bagaimana kebijakan yang dibuat itu sebenarnya balancing antara biologi itu yang dengan konservasi tadi ekonomi. Jadi bagaimana mendapat
I'm really sorry, Mbak Nimi, but your voice is breaking up again. Really sorry. Or maybe it's my connection. Okay. Kindly apologize, Bu Nimi. I would like to cut you off because the voice is very worse. it's breaking very badly. But I think I got your message and I got it very clear. And I think we can sum up our second panel of discussion today in the Indonesia Marine Summit, particularly in addressing how COVID-19 affecting our fisheries, because the two panel speakers address the first one about startup technology in leading fisheries development and the fisheries how COVID-19 affecting our fisheries, because the two panel speakers address the first one about startup technology in leading. The second one is related with academics, academic business academics, and also policy supporting sustainable fisheries and also promoting conservation at once. I think there are two main messages come up from this discussion and also presentation. The first one, all of you, the students attending the Indonesia Marine Summit should be proud and must be proud, because we are living in Indonesia with a very rich ocean resources and also fisheries resources that needs to be reinvent. Why we need to reinvent? Because the digital business is transforming right now, because the technology needs to support the development of the business itself. And the second one, there is also the need to develop policy which support end-to-end process. I think it's what Ibu Nimi would like to address previously, because from the fisherman sector, fisherman side, there is related with the production, related with the fishing effort, while in the other sector, other side, we have the income generating activities, both from export and also consumption. Those are in need to be concerted into a very correct policy, which then might be able for us to bounce back and improve the fisheries and coastal communities' welfare as we all aspire together. So I really would like to thank you for our fellow speakers, Mbak Utari Oktavianti from Aruna and Ibu Nimi Zulbainarni from School of Business IPB University. School of Business IPB University. And I think we have a token of appreciation provided and prepared by the students and also the committee. So I think the committee can also address the token of appreciation, the digital token of appreciation. Okay. Kuntum that the souvenirs must be sent directly to the speakers, right?
I don't know why my connection started.
So I think we still have time from Ibu Nimi and Mbak Utari to readdress your final remarks to the attendants and also to the comment. Please, Ibu Utari.
Yep. Okay. Thank you again for inviting me and have a chance to introduce Aruna. Again, even though we facing COVID ups and down, it's been 2 years since we have COVID, but now I hope after we join this session, I also learned many things today. And I hope that we can do together to make sure that our potential in marine and fishery sectors is still big. We still have a chance and use that technology, knowledge, and also curiosity to make sure that we can create change for our future. And yeah, and let's not forget about the sustainability. It's also one of the most important things other than technology that we should focus for the next year and for our next generation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ibu Nimi, one last remarks before we took a group photo together. Don't forget to unmute.
Halo.
Yes.
Okay, thank you everyone, and thank you Mbak Nani for inviting me in the Indonesia Marine Summit today. And I think COVID-19 make our apa ya? Sehingga dengan demikian setidaknya COVID-19 ini bisa menjadikan momentum bagi kita untuk menjadi baik lagi ke depannya. Jadi time numbers of vaccination, if not know when, if not ask who else. Ya, jadi itu I think that is the closing statement for me. Thank you, Mbak Ani. Halo.
It is very funny actually. but let's let's just not giving up with the situation, with the technology. We can still bounce back together. So without further ado, I really would like to thank you to all the cordial participants still bear with us in this technological glitch, and also to our fellow speakers, Mbak Utari and Bu Nimi Zulbainarni, for attending the Indonesia Marine Summit 2021. Without further ado, I would like to readdress the session to the committee. I think it's Jane or Bagus or Alia, and you can moderate the group photo session.
Okay. Okay. Camera.
So how many slides we have now?
One. Still one.
I think it's a very large screen you have there.
Okay. I will count to 3. Ready, everyone? 1, 2, 3, smile. Slide 2. Okay. Slide 2, please. Turn on your camera. 1, 2, 3, smile. Okay, the third slide. 1, 2, 3, smile. The fourth slide. 1, 2, 3. And the last one. Okay. Thanks everyone for turning on your camera. Thank you.
Thank you to the committee, thank you to the attendants, and thank you to our fellow speakers, Mbak Utari and also Mbak Nimi. Hope you have a good health and we can continue to the next agenda.
Hope you have a good health and we can continue to the next agenda.
Amen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for Mrs. Adriani Sunudin, Mrs. Utari Octavianti, and Dr. Nimi Zulbainarni, SPI, MSI. Ladies and gentlemen, the next agenda is Student Forum Results presentation that will be led by the two most active students from the International Student Maritime Forum. For Miss Dia and Miss Sabrina, time is yours.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yeah, it is clearly seen. Subs, continue. Good luck.
Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Sabrina, student from IPB University, accompanied by my friend today from UMT, Dia. We will deliver the result of student forum that was held on October 10, 2021. We discussed about how COVID-19 affects our ocean. Okay, for the introduction, to start the discussion in the forum is since pandemics cause many changes that have both positive and negative sides in various aspects. One aspect that can be highlighted is from marine sector, because the sea plays an important role for human life. Okay, let's take a look on each side. First is from the pandemic brought some positive impacts for the ocean. First is the decrease of carbon dioxide levels. As the pandemic appears, we have to stay at home to prevent the spreading of the virus. First, from 2 weeks of staying at home, it continues until a year. While people are staying in their home, the transportation usage is decreased. We know one of the contributor for carbon dioxide is from the exhaust smoke from the car, bus, and motorcycle. While most of us stay at home, we can realize that the air condition is become better, especially in high population city. In April 2020, there's a trending in social media where people in Jakarta are able to see the mountain. As we know, carbon dioxide has a relation with the ocean because ocean absorbs about 30% of the carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. And if the carbon dioxide keeps increasing, and it will cause the ocean acidification and will harm the ocean creature. Okay. The phenomena that happen in Jakarta is quite rare. As you can see in the picture, you can see the mountain, and that news even got in the newspaper. This figure shows the data about the reduction of carbon dioxide. Globally, there's a reduction about 6.4% from 2019.
Mandi lagi. Jangan. Jangan pulang.
I think somebody's mic is on. If you would turn off your mic, that would be great. Okay, so I would like to interrupt for a little bit. This is actually a view of Mount Kinabalu from Labuan Island. So this is, Mount Kinabalu is actually a mountain in Sabah, which is across the sea from Labuan. And this is very amazing for me because this is what you can see during sunrise. And before COVID, this is not something that you can see from Labuan itself because of the air pollution. Actually, how does air pollution relate to the ocean? That has a lot of relationship actually, because of non-point pollution, factory industry runoffs, that actually has a really big effect on the ocean habitat. So this kind of image is a very rare thing for people who live in Labuan Island. So I will give it back to you, Sabrina. You can continue.
Okay, thank you, Dia. And I will continue from from the marine ecosystem condition. As Mr. Don mentioned before in his presentation, the condition of the seawater and coral reefs are improved during the lockdown period. It's also same because of the social restrictions and because the low activity in coastal area. Also, the illegal fishing activity is actually decreased during the lockdown. Okay, the presentation will continue with my friend, Dia.
All right, so Sabrina has talked about the positive impacts of COVID on the ocean. We also discussed some problems because there are quite a number of issues has also rise since COVID. Next slide. All right, so online shopping. The increasing use of plastic from online shopping is definitely something that I think everyone can relate to because online shopping activity has definitely increased significantly after the pandemic. And because of that, because of this lifestyle, we have to keep in mind that plastic pollution is already a very big problem in the ocean. So when we shop online, we are actually increasing more plastic in the ocean because imagine if you buy 10 stuff from online shopping platforms, what do you do with those plastics? The parcel or packages that you receive, you will end up throwing them away. So that actually increases the use of plastic all around the world because I know this is a lifestyle. This is something that we have to get used to because people are more comfortable with shopping online because they want to avoid themselves from going out. I understand that, but it's also a very big problem to the ocean. And also shipping activities also use a lot of plastic. And I think the solution for us individuals, what we can do is actually use environmental friendly plastic. And maybe if you receive packages or bubble wraps, you can reuse them in the future. So that would be better for the environment. Next slide. All right, so last week's forum, we also talked about the disruption of the coastal economy. So because we have to comply with the rules and regulations of the government, we have to stay at home. There are restricted outdoor activities, which also means that the tourism sector declines dramatically. It's completely closed as of last year. And countries that rely on the ocean, especially Malaysia and also Indonesia, this tourism sector is very important and it has a big impact on the economy. But I think nowadays the ministry, both in Malaysia and also in Indonesia, I believe they are trying their best to improve the economy of coastal areas. And as an example, I can give you like in Malaysia, in where I live, a lot of islands are starting to reopen. And I hope that the coastal economy will recover after this. Next slide. All right, so marine debris. This is also a very interesting issue that was discussed last week. So marine debris, plastic, we get that from food deliveries because that's becoming more common these days all around the world. You order food and that requires a lot of usage of plastics because they are delivered to your house. The plastics that you receive, you will end up throwing them away and that actually ends up in the ocean. And also disposable masks. So because of the lifestyle and because COVID, we need to use masks. That is something that's very essential for our basic needs. But that definitely worsens marine debris problem. And plastic waste has become a very big problem that is happening for a very long time. And I think that this pandemic will cause a new form, will create a new form of pollution. Next slide. So yeah, we talked about this last week. COVID-19 is a new form of pollution because we find a lot of these disposable masks, PPEs, medical waste, they end up in the ocean. And this is a very big problem because I know that we have to adapt to the situation right now, but it adds more plastic or waste in the ocean. Next slide. All right, so this is the estimated time for the degradation of disposable masks, plastic bottles. So about 1.6 billion single-use face masks end up in the ocean, which was discussed in today's session this morning. And it takes about 450 years for disposable to degrade, which is same as the bottles. So ocean plastic pollution, ocean microplastic is already a big problem, and I think the addition of disposable mass pollution is something that everyone needs to be very aware of. Next slide. Okay, last but not least, we also discussed about the decrease in fishing activities, which reduces the amount of fish available since there are limitation of the amount of fishermen that are allowed to go to sea. And I think this applies to a lot of countries in the world that depend on the ocean for the economy. Next slide. So what I can conclude is that all maritime or marine sectors, we need to become very agile and resilient to adapt to change. So the collapse of oil and gas industry, the closing of tourism, reduction of fishing activities, those are things that cannot be avoided, but we need to try our best to adapt to the certain situation. Continue with additional informations that we
Okay, as we discussed in the forum, we put some solution to change the lifestyle using plastic that usually we use. This is the cassava plastic. This product was viral in social media since plastic waste has become a problem. A lot of innovation pops out, and starch-based plastic bag is branched out in Indonesia. The plastic works similar as the usual plastic, but it's biodegradable and non-toxic for the environment. As far as I see, that many owner of online shop starting to use this plastic instead of the usual plastic.
All right, last but not least, I also want to talk about online shopping. So I mentioned just now about the increase of plastic due to online shopping. So we can take this initiative. Number one is to use eco-friendly packaging. So imagine all around the world, everyone is using online shopping, right? So if we are able to change the packaging or able to reuse it, that would be good. And second one is materials. So this is something that online shopping providers or platforms, they can take the initiative maybe to make a guideline or a regulation on what type of materials that you can use. So that's definitely a suggestion that I think. Wraps or plastics. So this is an individual thing that you can do, something that you can do for the environment. And I think this is a very good issue that was talked about last week in last week's forum. So yeah, next slide. Okay, so now what happens? What happens after this? This is something that we all can ponder on. So what will happen after COVID? Will the ocean continue to improve, or will it return back to how it used to be before? This is something that we can take the time to think about ourselves. I think that is all for the sharing session. So now we will move to the Q&A session. So if anybody has any inquiries or questions about the presentation, you are able to do so.
Actually, I just got the information from the committee that if there is no question regarding to this presentation, we can move to the closing.
Yeah, sure. You can end the presentation.
Okay, this we already okay for the closing statement. We we did the discussion in student forum about the how COVID-19 affects our ocean, which there are the positive and negative impacts for the ocean. And for the positive impact, about the decreasing of the carbon dioxide levels, also the for the marine ecosystem is getting better, and for the negative impact is the marine debris problem, also the plastic problems from the online shopping, and
Thank you so much for Miss Dia and Miss Sabrina. Ladies and gentlemen, after we listen to our best keynote speaker and student forum result presentation, the next agenda is performance percussion by Eksplorasi Marine Science and Technology, IPB University. Okay, Alia, what do you think about this event now?
Okay, so I think this event was amazing, right? Because the theme is how COVID-19 impact for our ocean.
Yeah, of course. And
of course, with amazing
and how about the speaker in today?
Also for me also the speaker is so amazing. What do you think about?
I think the speaker is very give information about what COVID-19 in the ocean.
Okay.
And
the material is very insightful.
Yes,
right?
of course.
Okay, Agung, I'm very curious about the performance percussion by Eksplorasi Marine Science and Technology.
The percussion, string percussion for IPB University. And ladies and gentlemen, after we listen to our best keynote speaker and student forum result presentation, the next agenda is performance percussion by Eksplorasi Marine Science and Technology, IPB University.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Waalaikumsalam. Hari ini kita bakal take video. Semoga hasilnya maksimal dan bisa langsung. Tos. Bedas. Eksplorasi. Sakti.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to Indonesia Marine Summit 2021. We are Eksplorasi Percussion from Marine Science and Technology IPB University. And it's an honor to be here. We show special performance. So, please enjoy our show. This is Eksplorasi Percussion. Eksplorasi! Sakti! Eksplorasi! Sakti!
To all the participants, please fill the questionnaire that will be read by Miss Niken Octavian Dini. For Miss Niken Octavian Dini, time is yours.
Okay, thank you so much. So, firstly, introduce myself. My name is Niken Octavianini. Today, we'll lead the quiz. Previously, we had listened to material from the speakers and also the result from the student discussion. So, this time, there will be a quiz that will be held approximately about 5 to 10 minutes. So, I invite all the participants to join the quizzes. And you can use the code listed below, and also there will be prizes for the participants with the best scores. Okay, so I invite all participants to join the quizzes. Okay, so there's already 43 participants that joined the quiz. I think we can start the quiz now. It will take a very simple quiz. Maybe for the committee, can we start the quiz now? Okay, please enjoy the quiz. And good luck. Okay, is all the participants already finished the quiz? Maybe any of committee member can help me to confirm the results of the quiz. Okay, so the quiz is already over. First, I'm going to say thank you to all the participants that already joined in the quiz. So for the winner of the quiz that will get the prize from the committee are Mr. Tanhir. So for Mr. or Mrs. Tanhir, you can contact the committee by sending a message via private message in this Zoom to Miss Kunto.
Indonesian Marine Summit Infographic Competition 2021 has reached its end. And the winner has been chosen by our judges and viewers. Now I'm holding names for our winner and I'm going to announce it. Are you ready, guys? Okay, are you ready, guys? Let's meet our winner. The favorite infographic competition 2021 winners is Syafa Kamila from SMA Negeri 1 Jakarta. Congratulations to Syafa Kamila. And let's move on to our third place winner. And the winner is Syed Nurul Hakim from Telkom University. Congratulations from Syed Nurul Hakim. And next on we have second place winner. And the winner is Ahmad Kaide Lutfi from Institut Teknologi 10 November. And last but not least, our first place. And the winner goes to Muhammad Farhan from IPB University. Congratulations to our winner. I hope you guys so happy. And for those who haven't been able to win this year's competition, we would like to thank you for your amazing endeavor. And your work in this competition has shown us how COVID-19 has affected a lot of sectors, not only in our daily life, but also in our ocean, and also to widen our knowledge about the importance of our ocean. Thank you. Back to you, MC.
ladies and gentlemen, now let's do a photo session. We will do a documentation of this special moment. So, I would like to ask all participants to turn on your camera, please. Okay, we're going to start from the first slide. Okay, first slide. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, go to the next slide. One, two, three. Okay, next slide. One, two, three.
Okay, the next slide. 1, 2, 3.
Okay, and last slide. 1, 2, 3. Okay, thank you. Finally, we get to the last session in this event that is closing. On behalf of the committee, I would like to thank all honorable speakers, participants for their participation and contribution in making this conference success.
Hopefully, the various ideas, information, and insights shared at this conference can contribute to agro-maritime development in our lives.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Agung Budi Pratama and my partner
Alia Balfas as the Master of Ceremony for the Indonesia Marine Summit 2021, living with happiness and gratitude. Please be safe, stay healthy whenever and wherever you are. Good afternoon. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.